Hello guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me? Sound good? This is the Mortal Online soundtrack that you hear when we are waiting for the stream to start. I hear from quite a lot of people wondering if it's Elder Scrolls soundtrack, but it's not. It's Mortal Online soundtrack. I hope you like it. So let me see here. One moment. All right, now we can see. Is my sound low? Oh my, always something. Is it better now? Can you hear me better? Is it good? Is it good? Better. All right. So, is voice still low? More. What about now? I'm cranking it to max. I don't think I have much more to give. Are we good? Too high. All right. I hope it's good. Let me know if it's still too low. All right. So, how are we doing today? How are you all doing this evening? Yeah, I can hear myself quite loud now as well, so should be loud. I need to lower my own sound check. Super excited. So yeah, seems like there's a huge interest in housing sneak peeks. We get quite a bit more attention when we do these streams. So obviously it's a very wanted feature in Mortal Online. Oh my god, we got a GTX with the subscription. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to housing. It's a cool system. Obviously, it has its big place in Mortal Online, as we all know. Mortal Online is a true sandbox game, and obviously, housing is one of its big features that is interesting for many players. So what we're looking at here right now is a stronghold. It's still a work in progress, still quite early on, but it's slowly progressing in a very nice direction. Yeah, task system is also a very neat system that's gonna help, both new players, getting around in the world, making a profit, and obviously it's also one of the main things to gain standings with the different nations. And you can also expect to see quite an expansion over time when it comes to tasks. We're starting out with a few basic ones now, easy tasks, and they will be more advanced and complex and risk-filled with better rewards as well. Buy orders should be enabled quite soon. The hard part is done with it. It's the only problem is you're aware that we have a small team still, so there's a few steps before some of those features are fully enabled, and sometimes those stacks up after a specific prioritized order, sadly. But it's on the list, so should be coming in one of our upcoming patches. We know it's a very important feature. Buy orders is almost like tasks as well. Obviously, the main difference is that the players put up those buy orders. And that's something that was very useful in the first game, which we're obviously gonna promote Immortal Line 2. Believe in your team no matter how small it is. Thank you, thank you. I strongly agree. I'm fully confident that we will bring something truly unique on the MMO markets. And I'm sure most of you guys knows what I'm talking about here. Fishing, how's it look? Still a bit too early for fishing to showcase something. Assassination with a subscription, thank you. Henrik, there's been some talk about mages and some said that mages are not supposed to be able to PvE. Is this true? And if not, what is being done about it? So, we only have Ecumenical School, as you know, and half Spiritist School. And we're finalizing the whole Spiritist School in this next patch, actually. So that is awesome. But yeah, it's somewhat true to the degree that Ecumenical School was never meant to be the, you know, the most optimal PvE or even PvP magic school if you're a pure mage fighter, so to say. You know, Ecumenical is a very important base school, you know, it brings corrupt, it brings purified, it brings healings. So it's still a very important component for any group to be successful, either in PvP or PvE. So, so obviously it is important. But yes, there are other upcoming schools that are more optimal and effective for PvP or PvE or a mix of those. So to a degree, yes, you can't be a fully fledged strong mage PvPer or PvEer in terms of just accessing the current schools we have, Ecumenical and Spiritists. I mean, Spiritists bring some interesting stuff as well, obviously including the Etherworld. So with this next patch, you're going to be able to hunt spirits in the Etherworld, which is, you know, a big component as well. And it's also the school that brings you, allows you to affect both the living and the dead, you know, both dimensions from one place, which is quite cool and unique as well. But as time, you know, moves along, we're gonna reach other schools. As you know, we're starting with Necromancy. Necromancy is can be quite useful for PvE and also quite useful to counter other creatures or pets in PvP. So it's also a quite important school that brings some variation and options. And then there will be some other magic schools that are more focused on direct, you know, direct focus damage, which could be more optimal for PvE or PvP. So I hope that kind of answers your question. Yeah, we don't have a exact... Sorry. Oh my god. Got something in my throat. We don't got an exact date for Necromancy yet. Oh, yeah, thank you. Don't die. I'll do my best. I mean, also, as you know, most of the animals take more damage than a player, you know, from ecumenical spell damage. So it's not that it's, you know, not useful at all. There are room, and there's even specific entities in the world that are highly weak against magic damage and highly resistance versus physical damage. So there will be more options for sure where, you know, mage professional skills is more, you know, wanted and, you know, useful. Keep these only purchasable in Tinram? No, you will be able to buy the deeds from various of the cities. As we said before, we think it's very important that we make full use of all the cities and all the different designs and options for the players. We don't want you to be forced to go to some of the cities to be, you know, effective when it comes to more common basic things to progress in the game world. And that is also because we want the players to spread out as much as possible especially since release. We know it's gonna be crowded hubs, and then it's important for to let players have proper FPS and performance. We need to spread the players, so we need to make sure that all the cities have the proper machines, the basic different options, tools, tasks, and so on, and also interest points, resources, or anything of that. There's a thought behind that. We're going through that now as well. So let's take a little look here. So this is one of the stronghold currently. Again, I want to make it clear that design may heavily change still. We are trying to make something that makes sense from starting from a small house to large house. Eventually you reach a stronghold, which this is the current version of. So it's kind of mixed from, it has some wooden constructions coming from the housing, and then it starts getting heavier towards stones, which is, when you reach the castles, that's when it's heavy stone, fortified. So this is the first level and tier of stronghold that you first can construct. And like I said, design may change still quite a bit, but this gives a rough idea of what we're playing around with. So let's step in here. So we decided that we wanted to make, we could do pre-designs, room, etc., right? But we never know what the players want, so we did something more exciting. So when you start out, it obviously looks quite flat and empty and boring, but the reason is we want you to be creative and go crazy at it. So if you want to have this open floor just like it is, and of course you can decorate it exactly how you want, where you want light sources, whatever you want, that's up to you. But what's cool now is also that you will be able to put walls sections in here. So you can define that, okay, this area here should be a wall, walls here with an entrance door that you also can put locks on. And that could be like, if you want, this is the guild's gear room, everyone can access that. And here you can have another room that could be, private for someone else or such. So it's up to you to define the floors now as well. Now obviously we can go up one level and reach the roof here. Let me show you tier 2 of the stronghold, which is this little baby right here. As you can see, you can add another floor to this stronghold, so it becomes obviously taller, more space. And if we step into here, we have played around with an example of what could be done. So some of the furniture decorated here, some light sources, and also a section of a wall here you can see. Two wall sections actually. But that's up to you, if you want a wall section here or not, if you want to close it fully with a door or not. And that is really cool. I think that adds even more. And right here you can see another example of having an enclosed section that you can do something specific here. So here's the alchemy room or cartography room. You can sit down here, create your own maps, look out the window, and sneak peek on your neighbors. Some cool stuff going on here. So again, we want to give as much option and control to the players as possible. So we decided not to pre-design rooms here on strongholds. That is up to you. So like I said, we have another floor here and another example of some nice decoration here. So obviously we're going to have a lot of different furniture for you to choose from. We're going to have a base pack from the beginning that you buy these furniture, and then as we progress, we're going to add more and more of these furniture on the different crafting professions. So you'll be able to craft everything eventually. Everything should be player driven and created. So here's a nice little room for the guild members to sit down, have a snack, role play a little bit, or whatever you want to in here. And another wall section is set up here just to showcase another example of a decent sized room that you can have other stuff in. Or of course you can make this into your crafting chamber or whatever you want, obviously. Little sneak peek. It's too thin. What is too thin? Can people climb through that window? I don't think you can climb through this window. Indeed, too thin. And we also want to just not make something silly that you use in a way that are not really believable or so, but at the same time we do want to give valuable tactics, obviously. So let's step up another floor here where it becomes quite interesting on the roof side here. So obviously the roof is quite interesting because it allows you to obviously train here, isolated or somewhat protected in the middle center of the stronghold. But we're also focusing a lot on how you can scout your surroundings and defend your stronghold, obviously. So we have these gaps that we're gonna further refine that, you know, obviously allows you to shoot almost straight down in front of the stronghold. Obviously we learned a lot from the first game, right? We knew that some things were just uncomfortable, tricky when it came to defending your keep, right? We want to solve all those situations. So you as a keep owner should obviously have full control of defending and accessing and viewing critical points and locations. So here are gonna be gaps where you can pour down hot stuff on the enemies, obviously shoot magic arrows or whatever. And then obviously we're gonna have a good view over the landscape, pretty much 360 around the whole thing, as you can see. Whoa, look at this neighbor, man. The neighbor is coming close. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Then we can go up these stairs to get the highest ground of the stronghold with even greater view, obviously. And we're working on here as well to make sure that both short and tall races have good access and can, you know, make use of these as well. We're actually working on these classical holes here as well, open up so you can shoot very, you know, effectively straight down as well, possibly. So we're thinking about all that to give you the high tactical grounds and, you know. Oh my god, guys, what is this? What is this? So, yeah, it's progressing quite well. Will we have modes? Yeah, so obviously further down here we're gonna work on the siege mechanics, and that brings you both mortar holes. Yeah, that may be the terms. So with siege mechanics, that's when we give you both offensive and defensive weapons. So obviously you're gonna have machineries that you can mount on the wall sections here, like scorpion ballistas, you know, the big guns, and, you know, stuff like, you know, pouring those hot oils and stuff like that. So we want to give both sides good content. So yeah, that is Struggle Mira. Thank you for the subscription. And like I said, we have 3 tiers of the strongholds, and this is the third that obviously gives you additional floors. So here you have very good space of designing your own holes, rooms and chambers, and, you know, have quite an impressive view thanks to the high ground. Where's the DJ table? Good question. Good question. Designed own holes. Need a dungeon. Where's the Rainbow Cash Shop, Tiger? What the hell? What the hell? Will it be possible to find out the owner of a house by looking at it, or will you have to see them coming or going? Good question. We are still figuring out, you know, what can you access, what tools, what can you see, how do you identify a possible house owner. We see pros and cons with them all. So obviously we also, you know, appreciate to hearing feedback, suggestions and such, just to see, you know, what are many of you guys looking at, what would you like to see included. As long as we can cover it, and it goes along with the design we have in mind, obviously. We'll keep increased the rendering range. Yeah, so we will have full control of all the player housing assets and where they are loaded. Obviously, we can't load all houses in the whole world, just to see pixels everywhere. That would not be good. So that is also part of the test, to see how does everything runs, how is the client performance being affected, and how far are we acceptable, happy with seeing a house. As we know, it's a true sandbox, one world, everything in this world, there's no instances. So obviously we need to consider that performance for clients is always important, right? So that is one component why we can't just have infinite range on all these assets. Can you see groups of people at good distance? Yes, you can. We do have currently the world's furthest drawing distance when it comes to rendering players. So you can see over here at this tree here, you will see a few pixels of players running around here, and that is a very far distance. You can shoot very far with an arrow, and that's a similar range of how far you can shoot, and almost pretty much when you can start seeing a player. And yeah, we're also playing around, obviously, as you know, when a new player loads in here, he starts pretty much naked and unidentified, and the further he comes, the more data you get, which means when he gets closer, that's when you see, okay, he's in full plate or whatever. That is also a balance and a cost, obviously, which we need to fine-tune throughout the beta as well. But that is not a bug when that happens. That is an intended function for us to give spectacular large-scale groups combat sieging for the future, and remaining in amazing combat, as you have seen so far in very large combat fights during the beta. Is that a keep? So this is what we call right now a stronghold. They come in 3 tiers. You upgrade from 1 floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. And like I said, this is still work in progress. Design, polish will change throughout the coming weeks. This is the rough model what we have so far, and building a real system around to make sure it works. We have good performance, and players are in full control in designing each and every room, including building the walls, which is new and quite cool. So this is just an example that we played around with some of the furniture and place these walls here, which you will be able to do within this grid system to design your own floor in your own way. Did we see? No, so we only have interior in this mid section so far, just as a showcase. So all ours are empty, but you can see the different tiers, sizes, what we are playing around with. So only a furniture example in this one. But like I said, it's still heavy in work in progress. You can still expect to see changes in many parts of the whole keep. So we just played around with adding these wooden components, because like I said, we wanted to, so here are the houses, right? Small house, medium house, and then we get to strongholds. So these are, thinner, weaker, a lot of wood, and we wanted to incorporate a step from houses to stronghold. That's why we are playing around with seeing if we can have these wooden terraces, which is also very useful. Like you can see here, you can shoot down almost pretty much straight down in front of your house and have a very good view, but still can back away and have protection for your people here. So that is why we're playing around with those different functions. And also one of the big challenges was to, how do we keep and save space and having accessible towers, every tower, how do you get up to the roof? So we fiddled around quite a lot with these stairs and found out this setup is one quite effective currently So obviously, even the tallest 230 Thursa should be able to walk up here, and we save a lot of space by, you know, carving this out and being able to use this whole center as much as possible. As you can see, we try to make as steep floors as possible to again make use of the space here, and not, you know, it's a fine line here for the tower and the little terrace up here. So you can also stand here and scout, and then access up here. So we're looking at some different. At one version we had where you came up here, and there was like a section here where you can run over here as well with some protection here, so you can access them all like this, and then one stair down to this floor. But so far we thought that it was most effectively to actually have this version. So you cannot access this obviously by just running here. You do need to run down and then up here. But it does give us 4 wooden ladders or stairs up to the floors, obviously, that take some of the valuable space. But there were some challenges and issues as well by having these here and having the walls. So those are the things we're playing around with currently. What about circular stairs? Yeah, that is actually one of the things that we're looking into, a circular stair up here. But again, we managed to get most space saved by having this very steep floor. It's just that you can walk up from it without getting stuck in that steep angle. So there were some iffiness with having a spiral floor here as well, because then it will have to go out quite a bit. And again, now you can actually stand down here, and you know, there's space here. It's just that you have to walk around this little, but you can still use all this area here. The torches sounds like there are a short range on them or something. So a dynamic torch light source in the world is very expensive in the world, and that is one of the reasons we can't have extremely far range on dynamic light sources in the world. And if you can run around with one, that means you can have 100 of them in one crowded area, and that could affect performance heavily. So that is one important factor to consider. But if there's a specific case, we appreciate when you send in and show this where it could be obvious lack of tweaks. We appreciate that, and then we can look into it if we can do necessary tweaks. You got gates implemented yet? No, so this is, like I said, the stronghold. And you don't construct walls around your stronghold. This is like a house. So obviously you only have, this is your main gate here, which, is very important that you keep locked and safe, because if you open it, obviously anyone can walk into your stronghold. What do you think about this, guys, to having a second entrance, a back entrance? What do you think about that? Do we want a back entrance, or do we want to have the one main entrance only? Good for running away, indeed. Indeed, you need 2 entrances. Yeah, 2 entrances. Yeah. All right, 2 it is. 2 it is. So you have those 2 options at least. I guess that helps for the owners to have those options as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like everyone is on the same page there. 2 entrances, 2 main entrances is valuable for the owners. Can you put doors upstairs for layers of protections? So we're looking into how we can enable you to add doors. There may be an option for us to, in staircases, add a door case in front of them if you want that, sealed off as a additional layer of protection. It's still too early on, but here's, obviously here's one natural area where it fits a door, right? So having a locked door here, and then you have the another layer of protection, and obviously if you have another floor, you have additional one up to the roof. So I think that will be doable. There are cases where obviously we need to see what can we do here, like this one. We did this specific entrance to save a lot of space here where you can stand, and here you know, it's could be a trigger. We need to find out a nice solution then to place a door here that you then need to open to this side, I guess. Things like that needs to go through to see how can we do to make sense and look nice. So we're looking at did my screen just die? Can you still hear me? Am I still online, guys? Can you hear me, guys? I'm back, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Can the walls be placed have doors? Yeah, so these walls here that you place, yeah, exactly like this. So here you should be able to have a door with a lock. So, you know, if you want a private room here, you can have this chamber, and the rest have access out here. So we're using a lot from the core or mechanics from the latest housing system we did in Mortal 1. It was a pretty good system, but we are again refining it quite a bit. My rendering is frozen. 1 second, let's see. Wonder why that happens. Let me see. All right. Did that help? No? What the hell? Ah, okay, let's pull it down like this. All right. Sorry about that. Not sure why that happens sometime. All right, where were we? So yeah, patch. So no patch today. We are still refining and tuning in, polishing, and we also have a few days left of, you know, end of the month. So we're gonna make use of that. So Monday is the plan currently. If everything goes fine and we're doing our final patches, Monday should be the patch day. So where can you place walls? Yeah, so in here there's gonna be a grid system for you to place walls. Here's an example of 2 wall sections placed, and they're following a grid-based system, so you can't place them so they, you know, sticks out. Obviously they're gonna fit the grid system here where you can place them, and then you can place one of these sections that allows you to have a door opening. So we are still playing around with those measurements and the different designs of them to make sure it fits this grid system. Day 30 better. Yeah, you know, it's a Saturday. I'm not sure if that would be possible. We try to get some rest during the weekends, you know, so we can survive and be on track for everything. Monday is, you know, 1 day after the end of the month, so I think we'll be fine. I wouldn't call that delayed when it's, you know, exactly end of the month, beginning of the new one. Materials. So we haven't finalized the amount of material cost for these assets. We do wanna we are looking to possible having a, you know, a decent cost for the deed, and then we try to see, okay, physical masses, how much wood would be practical to build this small house, and then the big one, and then obviously the grand ones. It would be quite a challenge to obviously bring all the resources. This is a lot of stones, obviously, and you will be needing a lot of packed mounts to transport all these stone to these construction sites. We will have, you know, a more refined amounts for when we put this to test, and we want you to go at it at full force, and we will go through that data and see how things are progressing, what you know, how it works. So we haven't finalized the amount of resources and cost as of now. We'll put up like a mid bar for when we put this on test, and then we will follow the progress when you go at it as well. Are you planning to add some L or U shapes of houses? So yeah, this is, like I mentioned, this is a very huge and complex system, and we start with I would say a very robust beginning, you know, from small made into large stronghold and keeps. It's quite a lot of stuff going on here, and there's a lot of different variation on. You can design your house in various ways. I mean, look, if you look at this house, the roof type and walls is in one type of material and visual settings, and then here you can see another one, so it's not the same really, and we want to give you as many of these options as possible as well, so you can kind of pick a design of this. So first of all is these quite basic square types of house that you can you know, start out with, but then you can also choose some of these, what kind of materials and looks are you going for here. And we're also looking to see if we have the time to make sure that the environment here goes along with where you place it. So if you place this here, it may look like this, but if you place this in a sandy area, it may have a lot of sand on the side, so it looks like it fits and belongs there, right? Those are the things that we're also looking to see if we have time to finish that part or not. So that will also further make sure that all houses looks somewhat different depending on where you build them. And then we want to offer you more of these options. Okay, I want this style on the roof, I want this on the walls. And then the next step that we're gonna continue patching the game with is just like you said. So for instance, this is quite basic square houses. We will offer a complete new design. This is like the common tin rim or mill houses. The plan is that we want to offer all clay inspired houses, so you can have that style as well and go crazy at. But there's additional upgrade coming here. So for the houses, you can actually expand them on both the sides and additional floors. I don't have them right here. I think I showed a little bit of that in my previous housing stream. But what that means is that you will see some shape differences on them as well, and we will add more of those over time as well. So you know, if the community wants this specific type of addition to the house and it makes sense and fits our system, we may as well add that in one of our upcoming patches for you guys. So we appreciate that kind of feedback, and you know, like I said, if that fits and works, we may add it in one of our upcoming patches. So we start with this base package that had quite a bit of options and variations already, and then we're gonna expand on that. Sir Hobe, thank you for the gifts. Thank you. We'll be able to put, say, a stronghold within the keep's walls. Yes. So if you, I don't have them here on this level, but yeah, if you have a wall section, obviously you have the castle in there. That means you have quite a large area that is empty for you to place whatever you want in there. You know, houses, stronghold, TC assets, and so on. So yeah, it's up to you if you want to place many small houses or a stronghold or TC assets. So here's the real question: where is the log cabin 2-story from Ultima Line? It's coming. It's coming. It's one of those, like I said, you know, when we have more optional designs and shapes that you can pick from. Show us wall section. Sorry, I don't have a wall section on this map. I can't show it right now. But You do have, yeah, I showed a little bit of it, I think, or maybe it was just the rune walls, right? But you can expect, to see, a normal stone wall, very much. You see some of those sections in the game right now as runes, and obviously those are the walls you're, reconstructing. They are gonna be refined as well, so they will change a little bit when those goes live as well. Maybe I can show that in one of our upcoming stream as well to see the progression of that. Will pets be able to attack keeps? So we won't just allow players to, bring a big Campadon and say, destroy this house, and just put it on attack and then sit back and enjoy your coffee, and then the house will be in ruins within X hours. We don't think an automated attack like that should wreck someone's valuable assets like this. So if you want to wreck this house, you need to do the hard work. You need to invest in the sieging machineries and take the risk of, attacking a house like this. In a sign that says private property, so I can yell, get off my property. Yeah, I mean, those are the things. So what we want to expand and give you a lot of cool stuff, obviously, is like, be able to put a pole with the enemy head, your flag, your banners here. If you own a guild that you have designed, you should be able to place them here. So anyone coming here can really say, wow, this is a guild with this logo, this name and such. We want to give a lot of those options as well. What is more character customization about on roadmap? Yeah, so we're working on more of the tattoos here and stuff like that, so you can further choose a starting appearance on your character. It's still a little lacking, so we wanted to offer a little bit more. Obviously the big one is the face customization that allows you to make your face completely unique compared to everyone else, but we wanted to offer a little bit more of the starting tattoos and hair, beard styles and such. So that is what we're working on. Can we make villages near keeps to protect our houses? Yeah, sure, you can. Can we put custom signs to create a public shop? Yeah, those are the things we want to expand on, especially for TC. We want to give you a lot of option there to design your city with signs, NPC shops, banners. Obviously, we want to do something really cool for those that have, built something like this for their guild. We want to make sure that there's flags, banners. You can really see that, okay, this guild is owning this stronghold or castle. How will the storage system work in houses? So the storage, there will be a few different options. Obviously, you will have the traditional, you place a chest. So let's see if we have something. We will have different types of chests with keys and access that it's up for you to, here. It's up to you to place these chests and give different access to these using keys or not, for your people. So that is one way to store quite a lot of things in your house or stronghold. But they are not 100% secure in terms of if someone wrecks this, you may be able to access it, but it may also decay if you don't care about it. And then there would be a bank service option, very similar like in NPC City. So if you construct such bank or hire those bankers, there will be a higher protection there, because there was an issue in the first game when we made that the bankers wasn't safe like a NPC banker. That meant you never used any valuables there, and you used NPC cities. we want you to be able to build those functions as well now. So what that pretty much is, explaining it in a way where it kind of follows some logic here, is that these bankers have different tiers. One is local space, one is magical space. And that is like, as you know, there's different dimensions in Mortal Online. And if you hire one of these bankers that can access at different dimensions, those items are kind of stored there. And that's why it kind of makes sense that you can't access them by destroying it, because they're not saved there, right? And that is also kind of how NPC bankers are safely storing X amount of items for the players. So that is one of the tiers we're looking at to offer as well, along with TC. So players can really go at designing their own cities and open that city for the public, and running a successful growing city with its own citizens and rules and such. How damage will visually affect the strongholds and building in general. So we're using some similar things that we did in the first game, where you will see these parts being, able to destroy and fall down with real physics and such. Destructible assets. What the hell is the terms? But yeah, it should be something that looks quite spectacular when this falls down. So from full, it can go down in different states where it falls down and then eventually gets fully destroyed. Are siege engineers and supplies going to be linked? There be guild banks? Yeah, there will be options for you to do a guild bank options, shared bank storage. There will be quite a lot of difference. It all depends on what you use. So like I said, a lot of the housing chest is local, just like you would expect them to be. And then there will be services for the bankers, and you can set the rules. So this is the guild bank, and that means all the guild members can access that, or their own guild bank storage. And there can be public storage as well. So there will be different options for that. We're working on scribing as well. It's on our roadmap. I think it was the next one, right? Or something like that. Can we get NPC guards? Yes, you will be able to hire different types of NPCs. Shopkeepers, different services, stables, farmers, a lot of different services. And guards is one of those NPCs. So as long as you can pay their upkeep and supply them, and they have somewhere to live, we're stepping away from this traditional, I'm standing here forever, I'm magic, while no one else is magic. This guard are working in hours, so you have to set up their schedule. Look, we are inactive during this time zone because we're all European or Americans. So we want the guards to patrolling, especially when we are asleep, to protect my city, castle, or whatever. And then after a certain amount of hours, they go to sleep. They need to recover, and that may be when you're more active as a guild due to time zones. So that is an interesting balance we want to add. That you can hire these guards and such, but you can't just have them at always infinite amounts. There's always a demand for when NPCs goes to sleep or can't cover it, and that's when you as players step in. The big role, the big changes obviously will be done by players. When will Guild UE get an overhaul? More customization options for ranks, names, and permissions. It's a work in progress, puts in. I can't say exactly when every step comes at this point. What I think about people adjusting the color settings to be able to see in the dark. I mean, gamma hacking is a common term. So yeah, obviously we are making sure that the whole world out here, we have 2 big moons, and there's no reason for you to gamma hack out in the wild, even at dark nights. There's like a small window where it's like 5 minutes, it's quite dark, and then the big bright moons shines through the night, and there's no reason to gamma hack. We have seen that, yes, there are some dungeons now that where it becomes a little bit too dark, so people are cranking up the gamma a little bit to see. So we have 2 options here. Either to make those dungeons look bright enough, but still with a nice mood that you don't have to care about gamma hacking. And then it goes to the spectrum, again, the spectrum guys, where it goes to pitch black, and we use a specific mechanic that makes sure that you can't gamma hack. There's no data to hack or change the gamma on. So that is the spectrum we need to walk around. Either proper lighting, mood effect lighting, so you don't have to care about gamma changing, while where we want it to be pitch black, that you're required to use light sources and such. That's when it's not going to be able to gamma hack at all. And we're making good progress actually with the placeable campfires. If I'm not mistaken, we can place a campfire now internally, which means you can go to a dark cave, place a campfire, and that will also give lights to the environments. Why not have some night vision potions? That will come. There will be both magic and alchemy that will also give you night vision abilities. What will be the distance around the building that will not allow you to build neighboring buildings? I'm not sure exactly how the measurement between them, but it should be that anything can pass through, like wagons and such. I think that is our minimum requirement. So you can't occupy or ruin access in natural ways in the world. So there should be, I don't know if this is close to what we're looking at. Here you can pass with a wagon without it's blocking. Could be something close to this. Obviously we need to test it. As a craftsman, will you be able to place anvil, force, stuff like this in your house? Yes. So along with the placing system I just mentioned, where you can place campfires, portable machineries out in the wild, we're using the same mechanics for when you decorate your house, including you can place your smithing table, your anvil, in wherever you want. So you can design that this corner should be this little room here could be your alchemy room or blacksmith room, and you place those anvils, components, and machineries in here. Or if you want a butcher table, it's up to you to design those things. So you will be able to place a lot of those functions, and obviously these will be permanent until you decide to wreck them, while portable machineries out in the wild only last for a certain amount of time and then they decay. How many C4? I think we're talking about 2 to 3 C4 per bench, if I'm not mistaken. Can we place Great and Natura's Blast Furnace? So there are these ancient machineries that are built in specific ways and placed in specific places in the world. Those you cannot construct. Yes, inside these buildings are safe to log out at any time. We'll maybe look into, if you build a bed function such and log out there, you may actually have a little bonus on your character for when you log in, because you're you're fully rested. You logged out in a optimal way. So we're looking into those as well, again, to further promote different types of functions for you to use in houses and cities, to promote citizens as well. Do you have someone working with you while streaming? So we're working mostly on remotes currently. We are, the 30 people, we are, quite a lot of them are from abroad. They're not even in Sweden. The core team is in Sweden, but everyone is not at the office since the corona time, and we actually adapted to working remote in a very efficient way. So some people are working late as well, while depending on how we are on your schedule and such. Tomorrow, call. Thank you for the subscription. This was Space Ghost with a gift. Thank you, man. When will we get crafting tables that we can place in the House of Stronghold keeps? So we're working on that now as well. So we're working to allow you to place those benches in your houses when the houses patches arrives. Can you show other styles building of skins? No, sorry. I haven't set it up to be able to blend through them. Maybe that is something we can do in one of our other upcoming streams, so we can have a setup where I can show those options and variations as well. But I don't have access to that right here on this build. Oh my god, another one. Ruluf from Space Ghosts. Thank you, man. Can you place things other than houses for building, such as barns, stables, farmhouses? Yes, that is the TC assets that comes after. So this is more like the, I would say, a personal house you own, or a personal stronghold that you and your friends, guilds or group owns together. And it's isolated to everything you can build and create inside, and then it also gives you the space around it to start construct TC assets, and that is other types of assets and other type of functions, and that is something that can be expanded on forever, depending on what we want as a player and what we are in need of. So that is endless list pretty much. Chocolating game. You can make it as a chef eventually, I think. How keys work. What if I lose my only key? So if you own the house, you will have a little function as the owner of the house to change locks, and you can take out new copies of the keys. So it's not a disaster if you happen to lose it. And you can copy keys to your friends as long as you trust them with the key. No runes or teleportation when it comes to quick travel in the world of Brave White Wolf. And there's a very good, important reasons for why we don't take that step in Mortal Online. They're so heavily focused on regional-based resources and transportation in the world that function would very quickly ruin that part. That is one of the big, important reasons. And also, key where you are in the world when it comes to conflicts. It's meant to be that, oh my god, we're on attack and I'm far away, how do we, solve this? Get your ass here very quickly, start running, start transporting, we need to plan. All that, Player interaction and conflicts, we want to promote that. Chocolate airwell. This is the problem with Kexchoklad. You get that crap all over the place. we'll be able to build farm, fishing hut, hunting lodge. Yeah, pretty much everything. There's a long list of what you can construct. Obviously, you will be able to tweak your house, upgrade a house towards something as well. So if you want your house to be an open farm or blacksmith, you can decide to do so. You can design the interior to be a well-suited blacksmith and have a open lock on the door and have a sign on the door saying, "Welcome, blacksmith. Feel free to use my services." And be sure to leave a little tip to my guy or something like that. Kex chocolate is best candy. How's the marketing going, by the way, until release in January? So, good question and very important question. Obviously, it's very important that we do follow a proper plan when it comes to stepping up the game in the awareness marketing area to make sure that people are aware of the game. You know, going out with a big bang to make sure people notice. Hopefully, you know, we will have not too many, because obviously that may force us to pause the sales. And if there's way too many queuing up for that, then obviously some people may be a little annoyed, right? So, but again, of course, we want to make sure that we make awareness of the game, and good and bad. You know, if we have a VIP line to buy the game to access because of a big demand, we suspect, obviously, as a natural thing for all releases, that, you know, it may be chaotic and crazy in the beginning, and then over time things go back to normal, where it's not as crowded and we can let in new players over time. That is one of the plans we are planning for and preparing for. So obviously we are talking to some of the biggest and best marketing companies, people in the world, to see how can we market Mortal Online in a very good way. I mean, Mortal Online is not another World of Warcraft clone out there, and we want to make sure that stands out, that this is what Mortal Online 2 is, this is what we offer, this is what you can expect. We need to do as good job as we can in terms of that, obviously. Boston says would be such a huge marketing PR move. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's good in the bad. Obviously, you know, just look at the nightclubs. They create a big line just to make sure it looks like everyone's in there, even though the place is empty, and then they start letting people in. Obviously, we're not gonna make that when the game is not full yet. But I agree that it doesn't have to be very bad, that because why we do that is actually because we care about the player experience. So it's not just that we want to sell as many as we can on day one, total chaos and ridiculous queue to get into the game. People get upset by that, and, you know, maybe overall laggy because there's players everywhere and the frames going down. We want to make sure that the gaming experience is as good as possible, a reasonable queue, you know, as good performance as in game as possible. And the only mechanic we have to enforce that if we get too many buying the game is pausing the sales temporarily, obviously. Exactly, nightclub is a perfect example. It is. With the exception that we obviously not gonna cause any queue just for the fun of it, or to make it look like everyone wants in. That gonna obviously be natural, you know, happening on its own. Ultimate Line is way better than World of Warcraft, and I love you for making a game like this to bring my UO memories back. Very White Wolf, I fully agree. I mean, there's no denying that World of Warcraft is a great success, and a lot of players worldwide have enjoyed it greatly. One big thing is obviously that the majority of those players don't know what Ultima Online is and have nothing to compare it with. And I'm pretty sure that if those players that started World of Warcraft and the whole game genre for them was the first experience ever was World of Warcraft, perfect timing, perfect IP, perfect storyline, quality game. if those players started in Ultima Online and that's their first experience, they would say, "What the hell is this in World of Warcraft?" So there was in a very good timing for sure, no doubt. They made an amazing game. But yeah, there's a huge difference for those types of games. And today we're seeing a change on the market. We see more and more players being excited for a challenge, something new, something fresh. Games like Tarkov, Rust, all that, Valheim. And that's where we come into the picture. We're bringing back the golden gem era from Ultima Online, and we slap on, a modern, slick, refined version, and of course adding our mortal take on top of it. So it's exciting, and there's no doubt that a lot of those World of Warcraft players that gives this game a chance to say, okay, there's a lot of things going on here and it's quite interesting and unique, and okay, I have to learn that, building my character in terms of grinding gear for weeks, months, finally get those imba items. Now I can start PvPing such. They have to rethink all that madness and think, wow, cool, okay, so it's player skills, knowledge, I can craft my stuff, I can buy my stuff, so it's not the end of the world if I die and lose my items. I can go right back at it. I can go for cheaper gear or expensive gear, and seeing that the beauty of having an excitement and fear of getting attacked or avoid danger, that is such a cool, unique gaming experience today, because everything else is like World of Warcraft today. So yeah, it's an exciting time for the MMO genre to to take its position when there's so many players on the market now asking for something like this. So we're in good timing, I would say. And love to the series in the next patch or upcoming patches. What do you mean with love? There's a few things coming. Adjustment, more spawners, and we're also going to open the boss room. There's going to be a specific boss also. So that will happen at least. On top of the, the common bug fixing and AI polishing. We've done some major stuff. I was super happy to see. Then he showed me a work in progress on the new AI movement behavior. It looked awesome. Super smooth, super stable, no any more of those jump acceleration, when they get close to you. And they're also, we're working on where the AI stands inside each other and they hit multiple hits. Stupid things like that. The work in progress on fixing those have been really solid so far, so that's gonna be big for the PvE. The node lines, same thing there. We're not done with those yet. We need more time throughout the beta, and then we will have those bugs fixed as well. If I kill someone, will they drop their house key? Yes, they will. But like I said, there will be ways for you to, secure your valuables in chests, for instance. And as long as he doesn't have both, if you have the house key and chest key, then, he can access some things. But if you change the locks, he can't use that key anymore. And if you have another key for the chest or something like that, he can't access that chest either. So it depends on the different ways, what kind of access you have open or lost to other players, but they won't be able to steal your house, at least, which you could in Ultima Online early ages, which was madness. Yeah, Henrik is still going through optimization steps. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible to go to tier 3 directly, or it is a necessary step towards 3. Because in this case, going from this to this, I guess then it would be like 2 floors of construction states. I'm not sure actually. It's something I need to discuss with Sebastian also code-wise how that works and if it can be supported. I'm not entirely sure. What's your opinion on dynamic event PV content like in Guild Wars 2? When Guild Wars was quite new, I thought, this looks pretty cool. Like semi-MMO, maybe a little bit like Diablo, I thought. I bought it and I played 10 minutes and I couldn't play more. I wanted to like it. I hoped it would be filling my old Diablo needs. But it felt more like a weak World of Warcraft clone, like, you know, not the massively scale, but the same thing. So I couldn't get into that game, so I have too little knowledge of their dynamic events actually, and I haven't really looked into it. We are very, you know, keen on what we want to do with our AI and PvE encounters in the game, and, you know, it surrounds the different tiers of AI first of all, and you know, the high-end tier 3 AI will be truly spectacular and nothing like any other MMO AI you've ever seen, and I'm quite sure not like Guild Wars either, even though I am not fully up to date of how they work. Will players be able to kill guards while they sleep? I'm not sure about that. There's 2 ways of doing that, obviously. One quick way is that now they go to sleep, and I'm not sure if they're gonna lay there visibly in the bed and that you can engage them. That is the advanced version of it. Obviously, one of the simple quick solution is that now he goes to bed. That means he's away and not interactable during that time period, or he's like off work. He may be going somewhere, you know. That could be the explanation. That is a much easier solution, tech-wise at least. How many players do you think you're gonna allow the game before saves are paused? Very, very difficult question. We can only debate with, you know, inside the team, looking at our past numbers, and we can also discuss with Valve. There's always a ratio, obviously, that if we have 100,000, approximately 100,000 active players that bought the game, obviously those 100,000 are not in the game at all time, but during release, many of them will be online quite frequently, right? And then after days are passing, that frequent gaming session goes down quite quickly when things goes back to normal, you know, life, work, job, eating, you know, that. So our very rough calculation is like a tenth. So if we have 100,000 active players, that means around roughly 9,000-10,000 players that could be in a quite frequent, regular basis being in the game, as long as they keep being active. But we know that during release there will be quite a period of time where there's a large amount of players that are gonna keep finding the game, keep, you know, buying it, getting into the game over a very long time. We noticed that in, you know, in the first game when we did a Steam release. We thought, holy shit, this is never ending. There's a constant flow of new players every day, and it's not going down. And that was running for quite a few weeks. The big issue we had back then was that we couldn't keep them due to various major issues in the game. This time we're planning to keep a lot of them. And obviously that's going to build on the concurrent player activeness in the game. So the only thing we can do obviously is carefully monitoring this, being prepared to do those pauses, you know, and enabling it again. So yeah, it's, and we can't create a queue when it comes to buying it either. So it have to be first come, you know, first buy, first service kind of setup when we talk to Valve about that. ASMR, how, when I'm eating, or tacos? No, I'm eating kexchoklad. I don't know if these are very typical Swedish snack. So it's Kex. What the hell is it called in English? It's dipped in chocolate, very crumbsy, and you get all these crumbs everywhere. That's the downside with it. You get chocolate stains everywhere, but it's quite tasty. Quite tasty. Do you like Witcher 3? Yeah, Witcher 3, what's it called? Red Redemption. Those games are cool, very solid. I like their open world and graphics is amazing. Those games are nice. Obviously, I find issues in spending too much time in those games because I personally enjoy social part of gaming today. So that means I want multiplayer support, and specifically large scale multiplayer support is one of my favorite one, obviously. So it's not too often I can spend too much time into single player games, even though I want to try many of them because they look cool, they are fun, and there are different mechanics I want to see. How did they do this feature? How did they do this and that? What can we bring from that or be inspired from those solid games? So the Vortex system is starting out quite basic with the, you know, core foundation, and that allows you to declare war with any other guild, and if they accept, you are in war with that guild. And then we're looking into further steps, how we can refine this and how there can be different layers of conflicts between the guilds. For those that are excited and interested in guild conflicts and wars at many levels, we want to try to promote that in a meaningful, exciting way. And for those that are not into that, may you know withdraw from that quite a bit. Obviously, there, you know, you're never magically protected in Mortal Online, as you know, but you know, if you don't want to participate in nation conflict as such, you can just ignore that, and that means someone have to pretty much murder you to continue. So initially, yes, it is a mutual war, and like I said, then there will be layers on top of that and options. Will you be required to own a keep in order to possess siege engines and siege engine supplies, or will it be available to all? We are still looking into the data rules when it comes to constructing siege machines and stuff. We know that there's a few components we want to add, and that is when you want to siege someone, you start with the sieging construction states, and then you build the different machineries from that. So it's also a way to kind of alert your enemies or make a statement that you're starting to siege something, and that is also like a good window for the defenders to, becoming aware of that. There will be different tools like scouts, alert towers that you can also use, NPCs can use, or you as a player can use to make awareness of your guild friends running around, or to get that kind of indication as well. So we're not fully done with how you will construct them and what the requirement to do so. And like I said, we're also adding the additional layer on that I mentioned a little bit in my previous streams, that if you want to keep, and there will be nearby what I call something like supply lines, and when you want to siege this castle, you naturally start by destroying or claiming access of these supply lines, because that means you weaken the keep location to, you know, becoming more vulnerable for attacks. So that is also an additional step where, you know, a conflict arises and it may attract, you know, engage in war already there without just standing there shooting boulders at the keep. So the war or conflicts may start already at that point where, holy shit, the enemies are taking one of our supply lines, let's go there and defend it. That's where, you know, possibly a war may start. And then obviously if they manage to destroy both of these supply lines that we're looking at, looking at 2 for each keep castle, that's when there's a you know, your castle is more weak for becoming sieged. So that's when you naturally start sieging the castle, and obviously it's up to the defenders to stop and prevent that siege, or the castle may go down. No, we don't plan to allow anyone to bring anything other than spirit boxes through the different dimensions. It's worked in a very specific way. Mats can explain that in much more great detail, but when you die, you are a form of energy, what you call chi. And depending on how powerful your chi is, that is your entity in the otherworld. And in this next patch, you're gonna see the natural chi entities in the world, which is for you to hunt spirits, and you will see more of those types evolve over time. The more they run around in the world, the more complex entities they become. And then there are the creatures from the living world that is powerful enough to remain in an entity in the otherworld that you can also hunt, or being hunted by in the otherworld. So there are specific rules when it comes to the otherworld. You don't bring anything of the living. The spirit boxes is a very specific component that can transfer into those 2 different dimensions, and it's the only known one so far. Shows the keep looks like when it's fully built. So again, this is our stronghold. It's not a castle. So yeah, when we're talking, why I'm using new names here is that also to make sense. If you knew what a keep was in the first game, and that was our biggest castles pretty much, and you can build walls around them and such, and it was quite a large building. That keep was actually smaller than a stronghold that you can build now. So the stronghold is the new big assets that a guild can build wherever they want. And then we have the highest tier, that is the castle. And the castle is obviously larger than a stronghold, requires much more effort to build, construct, and maintain. So it's like we added additional layer for the players, so we can see from small groups, medium groups, to large groups. Obviously, solo player content is right here, housing. If you're 2-3 people, it could be nice to have a large house together as well, fully upgraded. Or even if you're a little larger group and are heavily dedicated, you can go for one of these big ones. But if you want that to be not too much of a pain to do, obviously you can do it over time, and you know, over time richness will, you know, get into the game. So it's all up to you what you're going for and what your reasons is. But also to maintain an upkeep, obviously we want to find a good ground where if you're a decent group, it shouldn't be a grind task that you feel, oh shit, I need to go in and grind my upkeep today. But if you're solo and building this, then obviously that may be the case, right? So that is a natural balance of why everyone is not going for a stronghold. You know, you can get a lot of joy and value by constructing your house, and upkeep will be, you know, naturally easy for a solo player or a small group of player, while, you know, the big one obviously will be much easier if you're a gang playing every now and then. So tier 1 stronghold, tier 2 stronghold, tier 3 stronghold. And yeah, this is larger than the keep in the first game, and the castle will be even larger. Slappiest Joe, yo, thank you for the gifts. And obviously one of the big things is also that in the first game you couldn't decorate anything. It was pre-decorated pretty much in the keeps and such, and the keeps couldn't be upgraded and such. This time we want to make sure that everything follows the same progress. Naturally, like a house, you can upgrade that. Stronghold, you can upgrade that. Castle, you can upgrade that. And interior is, you know, free for you to go crazy at. You can design all this big space, this empty space. Obviously looks boring here now, but it's up to you to design. Okay, how many rooms do you want here? Do you want a big hall? Do you want multiple rooms on this floor and something else on this floor? And then decorate it how you see fit. So I think that's going to be more exciting for the players to have that freedom. And like I said, this is just an example. We played around, placed some of the furniture. We created a room like this. Same thing here. Create a room here, and we created a larger room here, as you can see. One of the whole side section created this room. So I think the players will get more joy out of designing the tower. So every castle stronghold will look unique depending on how you design them. So we'll be able to rebuild the big ones, or will the housing patch will only go as far as the stronghold? So the housing patch will include all of this, including the castles. So it's a lot of content, a lot of stuff going in. We're working hard, guys, on this because we want the, you know, starting housing patch to be impressive. But like I said, it will expand and grow even more, quite much more over time as well after this. So this is just a very solid core foundation housing patch, from small simple house to upgraded large medium houses to strongholds and castles. When is this coming in the actual game for us? It's on the roadmap, guys. What does it say? I always keep forgetting. What do we have? So housing is end of November. So we're getting there for sure. It's not far away. What are the gold and material costs for these houses? We haven't finalized the cost yet. You're gonna see a rough estimate baseline when we put this online server for you guys to go at, and then we'll carefully monitor and follow that data to see how that works, and see if we're on a good line or we want to adjust it. But like I said, starting out like a small will be you know, manageable as a solo player. We want to make sure that any solo player that commits, make an effort, should be able to build their own house. Obviously it's going to be an achievement to go for the bigger and fully upgraded, and obviously that line follows even further with a stronghold and eventually castle. So naturally we try to put the baseline balance that solo player doable, small group, a little bit larger group, for it to be not feel too time consuming to produce everything, all resources, and also run the upkeep cost for it. So that is hopefully a balance. Or priest and chest are part of the houses. Nothing is part of the house. There will be a location where you place the resources to start the construction, but when you fully constructed it, I'm not even sure if there's gonna be a base chest or if you need to place your own chest. So you lock down your own chest that you want to have as space for you and your friends in that house. Do the houses have teleport? No, but if you do hire a priest that you will be able to access in the TC content upgrade, that's when you may be able to use those priest sources as bound to priests. So if you build your own city, you can bound to that location and teleport there when you're dead. Oh my god, gold fine. Thank you for the subscription. Is there going to be a rent or just owning? We are looking to allow people to rent in cities like Tindrem and such. There's quite a lot of structures that we plan to be rentable. I'm not sure when though. Can we see a keep built, and it will be with housing at, yes, it will be in the end of November. And I don't have the castle, so I call those castle now because I think it's more suitable, because there will be a real castle this time around. So keeps is the old name of the biggest structure in the first game, but this stronghold here is already bigger than the keeps, so that's why I called him these ones stronghold. And it's like, you know, the biggest houses any player can build anywhere in the world, and it's natural for a good sized group of player, a guild. And then we have the castle, which is even bigger than this and includes walls and occupied empty space inside those walls. So it will be larger than this and resemble a little bit like this, just grander, more stone, less wood like this. Maybe I can show them, or you know, additional updates when we get closer to finalizing some of those in the art in any of the upcoming stream. So when you destroy, and if you destroy someone's house like this, there's a decay timer on the pillages and everything lays in a rune. And the house owner may be able to visit these runes and gather their items they had in the house within a time frame. And after a specific time frame, and if he haven't, that means it's free for all to loot. So if you know, if there are people inactive in the world and they are sieged, it's free for all to grabs. Any news on Panthers? No news yet. You really want the Panthers, I hear. What about tasks? Are those like quests? So tasks are, yeah, kind of our take on quest, but they're not the traditional quest that you see in many other games like World of Warcraft. Bring me 5 apples, kill 5 wolves, and so on. So we're gonna start with a few basic easy ones, and that is also a key component for new players to continue their progress in the world. As many players that are new to a true sandbox game, they're quite lost when they leave Haven. It's very straightforward. They get into the game in Haven, But again, when they leave and starts on Milan, they're quite lost and doesn't know what to do next. So this is the step where we try to push them into a direction that, okay, I can continue starting doing these tasks. I'm getting different jobs to do in the world, and I'm progressing, and I'm seeing locations, and I may start finding something, you know, I want to dig deeper into. And there will also be a more challenge level of task type to choose. You know, veterans may be interested in those. There may be kill tasks. And that is also your key component to gain standings in a nation. You will also get gold and clade XP in reward if you do these as an option. The strongest have an option for window or arrow slits or the placement of either. So we try to look into all that. like I showed here before, we're trying to design these areas to be, you know, very effective, seeing in all 360, but also pretty much straight down in front of your building to pour hot oil, shooting arrows, and magic to fully defend your place effectively. And obviously we're still designing and, you know, tweaking the measurement on the different windows and such. Obviously these ones are quite thick walls, so you're limited how close you can get, and also limited to how, you know, what you can access here in this space. So you need to kind of go to the specific locations when it comes to defending. But again, we are also open to hear feedback and suggestions from, I guess, starting from now and when you're gonna get it on the live server as well. If there's something critical missing, any component that we will love to see, we are open to hear that as well, obviously. So that is also why I thought it was a good idea to show what we have so far, you know, and what we're playing around with. I see the stairways goes on the ground. Does that mean that you can place houses with foundations more elevated? Yeah, exactly. So obviously now there's a little space to spare, but there are gonna be some rules. When you place your assets, then obviously it's gonna measure the ground flatness. If these were too big slope, then obviously this will be like in air like this, and maybe you can run under even. So things like that is obviously in the placement system to secure a proper placement. So it won't allow you to place it on a very big slope. So building these huge assets obviously need a quite flat ground, similar to this. I mean, there are variation, like you can see, it's not fully flat, as you can see here. But yes, that is one of the reasons why we need to do these stairs quite a bit down, so you can place them as tall as possible or as deep as possible, and the placement system gonna measure all the corners to make sure they are connected to the floor and looks, you know, decent like this. So, and that is one of the tricky part with the dynamic placement system, that it's up to you, to a player, to find a location to build here wherever you want, if there's space, large house or stronghold, and simply see if the ground is if it's flat enough for you to construct something large like this. So obviously building a house like this would be very easy. You will find many spots all over the world, but these ones could be a little bit more tricky. But as you know, the world is large, and one of the reasons we wanted it to be large and have some areas feeling a little bit empty was that we know people want to build cities, and we want to kind of give room and space for that as well. Hello there. Please add teleport now. So there's a very important reason why we don't have teleport when it comes to, you know, transporting you with your stuff in the world. And I think that if you, as soon as you get into this game and see what it offers and brings that no other games does, I don't think you would want teleport anymore. And you know, one of the big reasons is, like I mentioned many times, regional resources, transportation in the world, location, where you are, where the enemies are, your allies are. All that is key component and a big foundation of this game. You know, there are tasks and buy order from players and NPCs that they want you to transport different goods from one town to another. One town or city, player city, are in need of a specific rock component or different resources. And it's up to the players to transport and pay for those services or do it themselves. And as you can understand, having teleportation all over the world simply ruins all this. And that is a big player component. Player interaction, player economy, player-driven resources is super important. And since this is a true sandbox game with a living economy, you know, the players construct everything, they are in charge of everything, they put up the demands and supplies. Obviously, we can't have teleportation. That would ruin everything in this realistic living world. So you need to rethink it. This is a real world, you know, real digital world. It's not a WoW clone where nothing of that matters. And that is one of the beauties and excitement of Mortal Online. So I hope you can consider that and see the value in it and why adding teleportation would wreck it. Why return to old Mortal 1 design? You said before sieges for loot were a bad idea. Yeah, we're not doing that. I haven't mentioned that. Like I said, so if you're inactive and you're not paying your upkeep, your house is gonna decay. And after a certain amount of time, that is laying there for anyone to loot and, you know, grab. But that means you have been inactive. Or if you created enemies and they siege you and you don't care about taking your items after a certain amount of period of time, again, then those will be up for grabs. But it doesn't mean that you can just destroy and loot everything. We don't want to promote. You should go out and siege and destroy every house and city you see because you can steal everything. That would, yes, indeed be a disaster and lead to no one will build houses anymore. No one would go for building a city. And it wouldn't be that type of gameplay. And we want to promote that. We want to promote building houses, keeps, cities, designing that, putting your own rules and design on it and enjoy that part of the game. And for that to happen, there needs to be some kind of security in certain ways. Obviously, like I said, if you create enemies, then you're never secure, right? Then they may think it's worth it destroying your house or city even. Do you consider adding a straight like a hunting tent with a wooden palisade around for single players that can be destroyed? I mean, we can allow very simple assets to be constructed and also be very simply destroyed. We just haven't got to those different assets and options that may be suitable for us. We're starting with the hard bases: housing, stronghold, castles. That is, you know, big component for players to start player housing and such. It's a very popular feature, and it also brings you the option to design in your house and have the tools in your house and a lot of those things that brings big value. You can design where you want that in the world, and it's super fun to play around and design your own house, both internal and exterior. And then we are looking at TC assets content, and that is a huge list. We know there's a minimum requirement. This is what we want to offer in the first TC content patch. And then I'm sure you may have suggestions and cool ideas as well that we may want to bring to that list as well over time. And maybe some of these casual, quickly half-placed assets in wood placed in the world, but may also be very vulnerable for being bashed down by a heavy club or something like that. Similar to what's it called? Portable portable placement, you know, when you construct something and place it out in the wild. You can bash that down with a hammer, but it's not the end of the world because you can always construct a new one. Campsites, yeah, you know, if you place campfires, portable machineries and such, you can bash them down with hammers. They do also decay over time, so. So walls are placeable wherever you want inside the house. So yeah, we decided that in these strongholds and castles, we didn't want to pre-design them and choose for you. This is the guild chamber, this is the blah blah, etc. So we said, let's make them empty and free for you to go crazy at it. And it's, I guess it's also more fun, more freedom, and it's up to you to be creative and plan your floors, right? So yes, in here, it's up to you to place the walls and furniture and everything like that. So you pretty much create the rooms. And this is a good example. Here's like a same open room, just some walls. And here's a more enclosed room with a doorway, which we're looking at to possibly allowing you to add an additional door there with locks on. So you can have a private room here. And it's up to you to choose how big of a room. Could be big like this or whatever. So yeah, that's what we thought would be a improvement from our old system. How it looks with the specialized Microsoft account. I'm not sure, Brave White Wolf, actually. It's a question for Sebastian, if it's still in Epic Games' hands or if it's something we figured out that can help. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Epic Games EAC is causing quite a few issues still, but I know they're updating it as well, and hopefully those issues will be sorted, or at least we have a working solution down the road here. Do they snap into specific location? So houses doesn't snap, it's totally free, but inside we have a grid-based system, and that is something, one of our tricks to make sure that performance is king, right? We all know that when you build your city, we don't want to end up how it was in Valheim. I don't know if they've changed that. I think they made heavy restrictions on construction because performance was dying after a while. But we want to make sure that if you build a huge city, a lot of stuff in here, we need to make sure that performance is always king. And one way to, you know, cleverly save all this data is using pretty much a grid-based system. But we have quite a high resolution on it. I think we're increasing it a little bit from the first game. That allows you to have quite good control. You can place them quite close to each other, and then you can rotate them as well quite a lot. But yeah, there are some minimum. Obviously, there's a minimum placement on walls. They can't be too small, and also they need to match that, you know, a minimum. If you want to build a minimum room location, that is like a minimum wall section. So it would come with you know, those grid-based rule sets that you can have to follow. But it is very free and open, I have to say, because that was one of my worries, that will this look like they're super separated and like very obvious that it's too much space around them. But with our latest tests, obviously it depends on the model as well, from small share and such. And like I said, these are not final yet. So you will see updates to all the meshes. But when we did test, it looks very free. Like this looks supernatural when placed, and you know, we didn't see any issues. So that is great to see. So we hope that you also will feel that you are feeling free when you choose to place all these things how you want. So far it's looking very well. And like I said, in the first game, people never complained or thought that the grid options we had in that system was too narrow. And it looks like we have increased a little bit the resolution for Mortal 2. So I think we're good. You will have a lot of options and variations and go crazy. Do you have any house demos that are not placed on flat surfaces? No. But like I said, you can't place a house on too even ground floor because we are making sure that you can't place it where people can walk under the house as such, because they will break things and you will be panicking and all hell will be loose and our support team will be flooded. So we're making sure that when you place this house, you're gonna have like a pre-construction, and if it's green, that means it's flat. It connects to all the floor sections, and then you place it and you have a additional ghost image, and you can walk around to see, yeah, I'm happy with this. And then you confirm the core foundation being placed and you can construct it. Dead the Battle Bandits. Thank you for the tiers, gifts. Thank you. So yeah, so you can't really place it wrong. The system doesn't allow it. So you just have to walk around until you find your favorite location, and then walk around and see where you want to place it, how you want to place it, and if the game allows it, pretty much. Henrik, will you make it so the door itself can give out a key to another player, so guilds can set up rooms for each guild member without giving them permission to the main doors or locking access upstairs? So yeah, we know that we want to give as much options as possible for the guilds to, you know, using these different tiers of levels. That, okay, this high tier allows you to pick out keys, change locks, etc. And this tier level access, you know, the level 1 doors, rooms, chests, and so on. So we know that there's a demand on that you guys want to offer those different tiers, and so you can secure the high end and have a more casual, open, low end access of housing. So that is something we're working on. And like I said, any, again, feedback, suggestion on your end, it's valuable now when we're working on it as well. And like I said, there's so much we can expand on. So don't think that with this housing patch, that's it. It's quite far from it, right? This is the beginning. This is the core foundation for you to start building your assets in the world. And over time, you may want to revisit your house that you're happy with, but now there's a new design or upgrade. Then we're going to make it that you are able to put it into a constructing state again and, you know, reconstruct it into whatever you want. So you don't have to, you know, wreck down the house and rebuild everything. We want to make sure it's a nice and logical progression when you want to upgrade or change something in your house without going through pure hell. And that will also most likely happen to stronghold and castles if the same upgrades becomes available there. Struggle Mura with the beats. Will we have a red priest closer to Tinrim? The walk is painfully long. So we never really plan to add more priests in the world. We want to add spiritism and let the players do that for players, and also along with housing in TC where you can hire your own priests. That is when you are in control over that. There's an upkeep, there's a fee, but there could also be a cost for our using your services. So we want to give that tool in your hands. So we don't want to give the players a false statement now where we spread out a lot of different tools and priests and then we remove them on patch day and it's up to you. You know, we want you to give those options and expand on that as you want later on when you have the tools for it. Will the buildings look visually according to the different races in game? Those to have different types of architecture tied to races. This will add a variety of building in the game. So we're starting with the basic Tinremic houses on Milan, which is this type of style. Very simple, squarish house, but it will allow you to do upgrades. So you can add a side room here, upgrade it, and you can add additional floor on it. And you will be able to choose what type of roof, what type of walls. In this case, you see two different house types, right? We have this one, we have this one. Same with the walls, these wall types and these wall types. And there will be more of those. So there will be basic options already in the first patch. But later on, we're going to continue on expanding our house styles that is clade inspired, just like you said. So that means eventually you will be able to build a Ogmir inspired house or Alvarin inspired house, which is a completely new design and foundation that is different from these, you know, more common human houses, I would say. But those comes later, those options. We're starting with, you know, a human basic design options with some options already in terms of what kind of roof and walls and such. And like I said, I hope we will be able to also get the biome attributes on it. So if I'm placing this in a desert, it will have a lot of sand. If I place it in the jungle, it will have a lot of vegetation growing on it and such. So it looks like it fits. So I think it's going to be beautiful and awesome to venture around in the world and see the different houses. And it looks like, yeah, it fits this environment, you know. That adds a lot to the immersiveness, but also that it fits here. Because that can be a challenge that, holy shit, this house doesn't fit or belong here in this nature at all. It's out of place. You know, so small details like that adds a lot of value as well. So yeah, again, you will see expansions further, obviously. This is just the beginning with the core foundation of housing, and you can start claiming your ground and build and upgrade and get the various access of the functions from what you place in them and such. And over time, you know, we haven't ironed out that roadmap yet, obviously, but we will see. It's also very easy for us to see where there's a high demand and interest from the player. So obviously, if there's a high demand and interest in, you know, expanding houses in a specific way, we may spend more time in that. So what do you think about this so far? Is there anything you are worried about in terms of missing components in the strongholds, the houses, or do you think it seems an exciting upgrade from our old system and looking forward to test it out? We need a well. Of course, you will be able to construct a well with TC. Yeah, we will add volume slider for VoIP and such. We know we are missing that one. It's quite annoying. How many hours of gameplay will be required to gather resources to build a house? So like I said, we don't want to make it a total nightmare to start constructing your own house. And we know that there's a lot of solo players in Mortal Online. And, you know, our first game was maybe a little bit more hostile against solo players. And there is a big amount of solo players that want to live in this MMO world and not just be dependent on other players, but still being able to engage with other players and just adventure out in the world. So we want to give that first step as a small normal house. So if that's what you're looking for, getting, you know, assets easily, then obviously this is your choice. Go for a small house. And that doesn't mean that you're stuck with this. You can always upgrade this house to a larger house and a second floor. So you can start like this, and whenever you afford upgrading it, you can do that as well. So obviously it will cost quite a few gold coins to get the deeds, and it requires quite a bit of wood resources and stone and some metals as well to construct this. But it's all doable as a solo player without going extremely deep into, you know, different skills or, yeah, going too crazy in terms of gathering all these resources. Obviously, going solo to do this, I mean, you can put up your own crazy goal. If you want to be the one-man army in this castle, sure, go for it. But that will be time-consuming progress, obviously, both in terms of affording it and bringing all this stone and resources here to construct it. But there's nothing that says no. That's up to the players. But if you just want to get going and get some access to player housing, start decorating it, and start adding tools in your house, this is a very good beginning. And hard to say how many hours you need to spend. Obviously, it's an achievement, right? It's not just that you log in for the first time and in the same day you have built your own house. It's a progression, right? And naturally, you may want to build a character a little bit before you start building a house, so you don't risk when you place these valuable things. Because there's a risk when you go out with the house deed. Obviously, if you're weak and a wolf kills you, or a player kills you and steal your house deed, that costs you some money. So you need to prepare that step carefully, so you place your house as carefully and as secured as possible. No copyright tower this time. We will see. Like I said, we plan to add a lot of different styles and variations and clade inspired variations over time. So there's room for, you know, some cool specific components here for sure. Does it come with a mortgage? Not within the NPCs. They won't allow it, but you know, there's nothing that, you know, says that you can't take a loan from a player or a guild. You know, we've seen that before in the first game. People took loans from other players, so that's up to you. How will housing placement impact resource spawns and creature spawns? So if here's a animal spawn right here and you place it pretty much on top of that spawn, then you're killing that spawn. And that is, you know, kind of how it is in real life. The more we build cities, the more we push away wildlife. The same thing happened here. So if there's an attractive herd of animals nearby here, you may want to give a little space to that if you want to be able to hunt it and be close to it. Because if you start building right on top and through that animal herd, you may be killing it off. Obviously, we will follow this progress. So if we see that people are just killing all the spawns in the world, we are making sure that life is finding a way back. You know, Jurassic Park. So we will make sure that the players can't just simply kill the wildlife fully, at least. But you can push it back, and you know, if you want to be clever and make use of a nice animal herd here that is of a value, then obviously you want to keep some distance to secure it as well. So that's something you need to consider when you're going out to build your own city or a house or guild stronghold. Obviously you're gonna look for natural resources surrounding it. What kind of animals, pickables, dungeons, whatever is in your nearby areas, and make sure you take care of the environment without killing off too much. That's at least a suggestion and good tips. Steam pre-order coming soon. We are working on it, Arton. Yes, we should be having a buy site ready quite soon. What about flags for the castle and putting animal trophies on the inside walls? Yes, Nice Mortal Aligned. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, that you will be able to, you will have pretty much a trophy patch that all the creatures you can skin and butcher, you can place their head as a trophy in your house, wherever you want on the walls. And yes, we will have banners, guild banners and flags, emblems that you can put on castle tops and entrances, banners and such, so you can really decorate your stronghold so people know that this is your guild. For sure. Good night, Brave White Wolf. I would like to see guild flags. Yes. just what I said right now. You will be able to put your own guild emblems on your house or stronghold or castles. Can place people's head. We want to do that as well. Obviously, we need to make sure that your name goes along with your head, and you should be able to place it on a pole. We want to do that. You will get siege weapon constructions along with the siege patch, and that doesn't come with the housing patch. It's a very complicated system as well. So we have the housing, that is the beginning, and then we have the TC and sieging patches. Those are two also separate patches. And then it doesn't stop there. We're gonna keep on expanding on in all these three categories, from new house designs, more upgrades, more furniture, more trophies, more whatever we want to place in the houses, and then more siege weapons, both on the defender side and the offender side. But we start with base pack in each category, and that is something we are expanding over time later on, because it's it's endless. There's always room for new exciting content in these categories, and we have a lot of it planned already for a long time. Taunt Clade. Yeah, we need maybe more emotes that you can do, and I want that quick emotes access command, so you don't have to write the commands. You can have a quick one or put it on the hotbar, or just have these radial menus. You can quickly do some cool emotes or social interactions. Will Tinner be fully open at launch as conceptualized from Motlon 1? So there's a district that not gonna be open at first for a few reasons, but also gameplay. So you will see some of the last final step for Tinram a bit later on, and there's a few good reasons for it, and I'm sure you would agree when you see what's going on. When they will be able to add their own guild logo on flag cloaks, etc. So we have one of the guys that are working on that system quite soon, and we haven't figured out all the rules mechanics behind it yet. I mean, obviously we know that you guys want to design your own guild emblems and go at it, right? We're fully aware of that, and we do want to offer that as soon as we possibly can, but we still haven't figured out a few of the mechanical rules behind it. We want to make sure that when we do are fully done with it, it works, it's robust, and it's here to stay and possibly be expanded on even further later. So we don't have a exact time frame right now on when you can do that design, but yeah, trust me, we know that it's up on high on the list, and we know that you guys want to have that as soon as possible. But we decide that it's not a game-breaking component, and it's not worth wrecking our schedule to have that on release day 1. So we seem to have to be patient and wait a little bit more until you can go at that system. Not having slums, Mage District Tower. I mean, do you want to have Mage District Towers to fight? That wasn't a thing. So, Sewers is a thing, and Arena District is a thing, and those we have now that we're gonna refine even further. And things have changed a little bit in terms of the towers in Tinram since the disaster happened. So that change will also happen, obviously, when it goes opens up in Tinram. As a new player, the aggro system for enemy NPCs was very off-putting. What part do you mean, Bells? How the aggro system works in terms of what target they go on? We noticed that people are a little bit confused about that and haven't really figured out how it works, and because of that we see that, yeah, people can't rely on a perfect tactic, I guess I would say. So we are possibly looking at refining that to follow some component that you may be used to. I mean, sure, we could copy the World of Warcraft aggro system. That is what many are used to and can rely their tactics on. So we will see, but we know that we can refine it a little bit to make a little bit more sense out of it, so the players can notice that sense at least, because they can't right now, obviously. Scoundrels are totally underpowered. Yeah, so the Sewers in Tinham is meant to be a noob-friendly first dungeon. It is inside the city walls. It's very easy to go to without any risks, pretty much. And new players can have fun and get a really good, exciting taste for what to expect, you know, in different ways in future dungeons and other dungeons spread out in the world. So it's meant to be a easy dungeon, especially in the beginning. But the further down you go, the harder it will become. And we are opening up the boss room quite soon in the sewers as well, which means that will be a challenge. You can't just go there as a new player and think you will beat it alone. So, but of course, it's not meant to be a high-end, super high challenge. So for any of you veterans out there, I'm sure that you're gonna walk through it without too much difficulties, but you will at least see a progression down in deeper you go, and the boss room will have additional challenge, obviously. But if you want a great challenge, you know, you need to go visit one of the other remotely dungeons in the world. There will be plenty of new dungeons that will offer a very high challenge and difficulty level. You know, the Minotaur dungeon is quite a challenge. We are looking into how you guys are struggling with that dungeon right now in different terms of sizes. So that's a challenge, and there will be more challenge for sure. Yeah, the district of Mage House was beautiful and cool for sure. But yeah, they kind of got halfly destroyed in the disaster that happened from the years that passed. So that needs to follow the lore as well, obviously. So we're not just removing them. You will see that it fits. What happened in the lore obviously gonna be represented in the game. Most A goes off the newest aggro topic. That was the old aggro system, T-zoning. As soon as someone hit someone, it got stuck on that. That doesn't happen anymore. Now the AI is more clever. They try to kill the weak target. They try to, you know, jump the mages. There are some different behaviors that makes it more clever and annoying for a group of players, as I'm sure you have noticed. And I don't think people have figured out what causes it to change target or how it interacts, and that makes people confused and wonder if it's good or bad. So, and that is the data we're using to see, okay, maybe we want to make it easier to read what makes sense and aggro-wise. We did the lore be released for what happened between Model 1 and Model 2. Yes, it's on the website, Calvin. Go ahead and read it. And it is about making shields useful and give them some mechanics that sets it apart from parrying. We're looking into giving some additional treat to one-handed weapons and shields currently, yes. Can make it possible to pair with bows. It's possible, but it requires quite a lot of time for us, which we don't have right now, but maybe down the road, yes. We're going to see proper crowd control AI pathing. Everything just stands around with a chance of taking three steps in month. Yes, we are already doing very good progression on that. As of late today, Denny wowed me when it came to a group of mobs chasing someone. It looked awesome. Looks like a single player game. So no more 5 zombies standing in one zombie and you don't see how many there are. That is awesome and a very big thing for the AI. We're doing a lot of polish on the AI movement behavior. So it looks much more stable, much more polished, and you can rely on what's going on, what you see. So it's already gone great steps forward, and it will continue even further. We're not done with it all at all yet. Yeah, we will look to see if there's some component that could add additional aggro, so we give more tools for the players to try to control that. Obviously, it's also this line of what do we as game designers want to offer as a challenge here, right? So, Duzel Arden, thank you for the subscription. For instance, if you play versus a group of players, obviously they're not gonna say, all right, he shield bashed me, so let's go on this tank target, rather than, if my what the hell am I looking for? If my shit, I lost the word. If my goal is to hunt the enemy's healers or mages, for instance, obviously I have a specific position and I'm gonna aggro towards the healers, right? I'm gonna avoid the tank melee main dealers. So the question is, do we want to give the AI that kind of behavior? That how do they behave like a player squad would? How do they mess up this group to try to kill this group, right? Or do we go the more traditional role like World of Warcraft? The AI is stupid, you have these aggro tools, use them, and you solve it easier. Or the in between, obviously where we wanna give you the tools so it makes sense, but we also want to give this challenge that you have to work for that. You kind of know how it works, it makes sense, but you also have to coordinate and work towards changing that aggro in a specific way. That kind of makes sense, obviously. That could be interesting for the players, right? Yeah, it may make it much more difficult for a small group of players. So obviously we want to offer a lot of different dungeons. We're working so much on dungeons right now. I can tell it's going to be awesome to explore all this on release. And obviously we also designed a different dungeons with specific mindset here that, okay, this is a clever, high-end, high-challenge dungeon, and no one is supposed to beat it the first months, We want to offer some of those. And then obviously, okay, this is a made-in-range dungeon. Smaller groups should be able to do fine here if they work well and are fully focused. We want to offer that whole spectrum, It's all about the spectrum. Yeah, we need to fix the magic reflect on the bandits. Will any secrets be implemented prior to release? Yes, there will be several stuff unlocked on, as you can see in our roadmap, where it goes gold when we unlock things. That's when we also, you know, enable those things that you can't see during the beta, because we want to, you know, add a lot of secret surprises, exciting things for everyone to explore. When we be adding smaller camps or bandit or risers. Smaller camps? What's wrong with our small camps we have now? Or what do you mean? We have quite a lot of different runes camps for bandits and risers spread out in the whole continent. And those been very successful. People enjoy, you know, going to them. Or do you mean expanding the camps? We are fully working on expanding dungeons a ton, because we all saw how, you know, fun it's been to go to the Minotaur dungeon or the sewers. Those were very good. So we're expanding a lot on that. So on release, you're gonna see a lot of hidden new dungeons spread out in the world, in different difficulty levels and different types of bosses and treasures. We'll see about the check for effective levelness. I thought that was covered, but yeah, we will see. We'll be adding smaller camps and bandits of risers. I'm looking for fighting, pairing, training. I can't fight 5 to 6 bandits at once. So one thing gonna change here in our upcoming patch, like I said, the crowd control in terms of they can't stand inside each other's anymore. That would change it quite a lot, because that means they're running as a group now next to each other's, and you can utilize that by moving away from the ones that are getting closer to you, and they have to adapt to that to reach you again. So that would change a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see when that's fully implemented, how that changes when you fight a group of bandits or risers. That's one thing. But we also start to expand a little bit. I don't know if you noticed, but there are scouts spread out in the world, often nearby cities and transportation roads, where there are bandits, some bandit scouts, scoundrels, and riser scouts and such. And those are solo, so obviously those will be easy targets for most players. But those camps, obviously they have a group of bandits or risers, so they may give a little bit more of a challenge. What is the purpose of them? They're meant to be a little bit more of a challenge. So either you know how to beat them alone with a risk of dying, or you bring a friend or a few friends. Is dealing command going to be implemented? Yes, but not yet. Will dungeon get more chests and unique cool drops? Yes, Sloppiest Joe. We are saving a lot of goodies. A lot of goodies for release. We want you guys to enjoy all dungeons and find new dungeons. It's going to be really cool to see if you find them all, when you find them, and what you discover inside them, because at first glance you may say, shit, that wasn't worth it, what the hell is this, you know, come on, premature early complaint, and then maybe over time, all right, there's something more to it. I'm gonna shut up and don't spoil it, or hope anyone else goes there, you know. Knowledge is power. How long until made it worth playing? How long until you will want to play a mage, Henrik? So, you know, I enjoy both ecumenical and spiritists. It's two important schools that are very required for a lot of things in the game. There's simply requirements and a good baseline, just as they're supposed to be. But yeah, I am looking forward very much to some of the other schools that I know that I personally gonna enjoy, and they're gonna add even more options for me as a mage player. So yeah, it's just all about the time. You guys voted on Necromancy. It's a cool school, and it's gonna give you some options. I think it will be some pretty good options for PvE as a necromancer. There will be some options to bring that skill sets and content into PvP as well. So it's a good addition, I think it adds. And then there are some specific schools that adds a lot of cool player skills when it comes to PvP and PvE. So we just need some time, guys. There's so much magic coming. You know, when we are a few schools in, you're gonna be in mage heaven. Mage heaven. An update on veterinary. So veterinary is you simply are next to your pet, you face it and you use bandages and you start bandaging your pet, and it checks your veterinary skill to see the effect of it, and it heals its wounds. That is the basics of veterinary. And it's coming soon. There will be more roaming NPCs and bandage riser, etc. over time as well. Sloppy as Joe with the 25, man. Thank you. Great stream, Henrik. I've never been a part of a community like this where the CEO and dev team listens to the people as much as you do. Keep building our collective dream. Thank you so much. It means a lot to hear that from you guys, and we really appreciate your support by, you know, all of that goes straight to the development, and all those amazing words really boost our energy level and commitment to the project. So it's awesome, guys. Thank you. Will the Clade gifts expand? So over time, a bit later, I don't know when, we may looking into adding a few Clade specific or race specific additions to the tree. You know, we have all the Clade groups now, which we have covered, but there are room for, we knew that we have a few design and wanted to have some of the race specific ones as well under the Clade tree, but we couldn't cover it all, and we're not sure of it all, so it's something we need more time of in the future. Then we could expand a little bit on it, but not now. Almighties with the gifts. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the support and all those gifts. Why is early access not out? So we're not going early access, we're going closed beta. That is available right now for anyone that wanna participate throughout the period we have up till release. So we decided, we changed our schedule over the time, where we pushed further and further, added more and more content, and now we got to the line where, you know, it wouldn't make sense to go into early access anymore when we are pretty much leaving early access due to fulfilling those demands and requirements to actually leave early access. So that's why we pushed the release a little bit instead and skip early access and go straight to a full release. Guard pets for housing. We will expand on that, yes, where you can use your pets to guard in your city, in your house, etc. And you can even hire, place guard dogs, etc. to patrol your city. Stuff like that. We are starting with the basics of the Beastmaster requirements that unlocks the powerful attacks and checks for you to use with your pets. So you can, you know, devote those skill sets and be close to your pets to do powerful attacks. And then we're looking to expand on that, which we mentioned before, where you have to be more actively engaged when successfully performing those heavier attacks. 25th of January is indeed our release. When will breeding be implemented? We don't have a date yet. Sometime after release. We have our prioritized order. So after release, or when we're done, we're just polishing on the last stuff now for release. We're obviously going to go through the whole next batch of roadmap and lists in a prioritized order and present that for you as well. So somewhere in that roadmap, you will see the next step. Can you use veterinary while on horseback to heal your horse? We will look into that. So there's a balance factor also, obviously. Now you can ride and heal your mount in the head, which is quite powerful. You know, you can ride while healing it. We need to take that in consideration when it comes to balancing, and also when it comes to veterinary. If it's gonna have the same rule where you kind of bandage its neck, the head, or if you need to jump off to do it effectively. We will see. Hello there. Crosshair customization when? The current one is too big for me. Covers up what I'm shooting at. Yeah, maybe we can add additional options to toggle around. It's some of those quality of life options that, you know, many of you guys have good suggestions, and again, we need to put them on the list, prioritized order, to see how much does this take and what's the value for it, how many needs it, and then go for it. You know, it's that simple, or that is the challenge. So I mean, hopefully we will have a very successful release. We can keep on expanding the team and cover a lot of those more faster in any of our upcoming patches as well. Make Taurus slow down if they're riding it. Yeah, we will see. We will see. There's a balance factor for sure, so we will see. Poison arrows when? That comes with the assassination skill set. So that's when you can refine poison and apply it to various things in the world that can make it deadly in different ways. And along with that, that's when you can put poison on daggers and arrows. Is stamina health reserves intended to interrupt casting for mages? No, sounds like a bug. Can you add tame into the profession primary? No, everyone is not supposed to be a tamer, and why should you? So if you just want to ride around on horses, you buy the horses. That's a, you know, profession, trade, just like any other thing. If you want to be a beastmaster or tame specific creatures and make a living out of it or whatever, then spend the points into becoming a tamer. You specify into that. So it's not profession. It's a action skill, related skill, and it's very important. And it's also due to balance, or everyone would be a secondary tamer next to their main combatant. You either fight as a specified tamer and invest in that, or you are not one of those, or a hybrid. Very important balance. We don't want everyone to be a secondary tamer for free. And that will be quite sad and boring. Will we be able to move backwards while riding horse? Good question, and I agree, we do need that. It would be really nice to be able to jump over obstacles, especially. As soon as we have animation time, I guess we will go back to expand on that. Needing to have 50 points in the taming as a fighter is annoying. Why do you want 50 points as a fighter? Are you talking about pre-training trading horses. It sounds like it. Because you shouldn't. If you are a pure fighter and don't want to tame pets, then why should you spend points into that? Leave that to the tamers, right? And buy the service. And yeah, that is, you know, a focused direction on itself, taming and selling horses. Yeah, that's a good way to make money, for sure. Then you're investing skills into that. That's fine. You don't need 50 taming for a fighter. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like he's talking about pre-trading, like where everyone are forced to be a tamer to use horses, right? That is not the case anymore, and it shouldn't be, of course. Either you play as a tamer because you enjoy it and want to become a good tamer, or you don't. So obviously, if you feel that you're forced and want it for free, then you're doing it wrong, or you're playing pre-trading patch in mind. So now you can be a pure fighter and you buy the horses, you know, from the broker or tamers. So there's a trade. And you don't have to spend any points into taming. We're looking into the knockdown function. Yes, again, that is animation in a specific state we need to finish. And we want to make sure that state is stable, because that could be very critical if it's not. So as soon as it's stable, it goes into the game. Whoop. There goes my card again, I think. Did I lost my... Yeah, what the hell is happening? My capture card is dying on me when that sound happens. I don't know why. Do you need pet points for both horses? So there's up to a certain level where it's for free, and behind that level are stronger type or different types of mounts. You may need some creature control points to use that. That is also a balance thing we're going through right now. Forced to take taming because I don't want to run if my horse die. Yeah, but does it die to a bug or because you were playing badly? That's the question. We know that we have, you know, specific bugs and node line issues that we are working on intend to fully fix for release, so that's not in the factor anymore. But you know, there's going to be a demand for horses. It's not that you just go here and there's always a herd of horses. You know, if they deplete, there's you know, thousands of players want horses. There may be a shortage of horses, and you shouldn't be spending points into taming if you're not a tamer. Leave that to the tamers, and you know, you will have a demand on horses if you need more, and if your horses dies, if you're not careful enough. That's all part of it. It's intended balance. Yeah, horses is a luxury, you know. It's there could be a high demand, there could be a high supply, and that's also where the breeders comes in, you know. If there's becoming a very too high demand and there's a shortage of horses, then you know they're gonna be a good business for the breeders. So obviously, if you have a breeder, you have a farm, then you should be fine. You should have a lot of horse consuming for your playing sessions. Is this same guard buff just a placeholder? No, it's not. Are you talking about the lictors? They are very strong indeed. And they're meant to be very strong and keep cities safe. You're never completely safe though in cities, but we want you to feel somewhat safe, at least in specific locations like banks and such. And if we don't have high security, it's going to be madness in cities. Abuse, griefs, fights, kills, and a lot of pushing away players that don't have any security or baseline at all in the game, and we may go down in population. So it's important that we have a very small baseline as with security. And we have the starting cities, we have the big nations, they're lictors, and they're meant to be very strong. No, they can't one-shot you. They don't do over 100 damage or 200 damage. I mean, if you have 50 hit points, then yeah, they can one-shot you. They are meant to be very strong and kill you very quickly if you commit a crime. And that is the security we can have in cities where, you know, new players and any player can have some kind of, you know, relax and don't feel that shit, I can't do shit, I just get killed, stolen, grief, and I'm gonna quit playing. You know, I always said that we need security in cities for a very good reason, for the sake of the game, and for your sake, if you want someone to prey on when they leave the cities, you know, because obviously you can't just live in a city. And if you don't have any safe ground whatsoever, and I'm not talking about the magical safe ground, I'm talking about if someone tries to kill me, I can, you know, happened in my last stream, I had to run around the guards for like 20 seconds before the guards kill the players. You know, I still have to be on my toes to survive in cities. So, you know, if we want a future for the game, then we need to be realistic as well to have some kind of stable ground plateau for any new player. But out in the wilderness or in your city, that's all up to you. And it's a large world. Small component is the cities. Yeah, why should you fight a guard and win? You're not supposed to fight the guards. You're supposed to be in the cities and have some kind of security. That is your only super small area where you can be somewhat secure. You're never safe, but somewhat secured. You're not really supposed to be killing the guards there. It's never been intended, and that is why we have some starting cities of the world. And it's what is like 0.2% of the continent. You know, when as soon as you leave, there's no guards. And yeah, you can one-on-one fight a guard, but you know, they work in team, so that makes it. That is also our only function, to make sure that the guards should win and help the citizens, because if there's only one, you one-on-one them or gank them up, it's all over. Man is in towns, no security, no one will play there, no one will stay there. You'll be alone in that city eventually, and people will not be able to get into the game, enjoy the game, learn the game, and becoming a player, and that will be hard for population. So again, you know, we need a baseline which is extremely small, and that's you know, one of the few things that is giving some stability, securement. Please play your game. Now you're just ridiculous, Rage Master. You're just complaining. Come on, man. Go play World of Warcraft instead. It sounds like that's what you're looking for. Go into the arena World of Warcraft and have a blast. Ridiculous. We need a player base, right? We don't need that ridiculous complaints. That's just grumpy grandma. Grumpy grandma. I wonder why my capture card keeps dying on me. Not sure if I can get it back. No. How the hell did I do it last time? Ah. Tab. No. Of course I can one-on-one a guard rage master. Are you new? But what's going on? Come on, man. Come on. Ridiculous. You need to focus. Am my screen rendering still frozen? Yes, it is. What the hell is going on? My freaking capture device is not updating. Not sure why. Oh well. That's odd. We can board material make a strong appear build with dark stone. We will see. We will see what kind of options we have there. We're not fully done with that part. Our guys should drop armor, please. Yeah, we want to convert all the humanoids to pretty much what they wear. What you see should be dropping. It's a time-consuming progress, but that is the intention, at least, and goal. Yeah, we're working on expanding on the banks in crowded locations, so there will be more options for banks. We will need that for release when, you know, so it's easier to access. New armor, mage armor will be released. I'm not sure. Is it not on the roadmap, guys? Should be, right? Yes, the crate lictors and lictor armor design will be in the game, and it will have an update from the first game. Rage Master, one shot you. Do you know how much damage the NPC needs to do if it should one shot you? You know, if you have high hit points, there's no guard that can one shot you. I mean, if you're, you know, around 80, 100 health, then yeah, the strongest one can. But yeah, you're never supposed to be killing and griefing in the cities next to the bank and such. You know, you can play as a thief and try those stunts. That's all part of it. But just simply stand there, kill someone and take their stuff in a capital city or such where it's supposed to be guarded. That doesn't make sense, and it's not never supposed to be a thing in the game. So if that's what you want to do, you know, then tough luck. If you want to kill and steal someone's stuff, you shouldn't be doing that in the Tinram banks. You can do that in a valley, you can do that anywhere in the world. You know, 99.9% of the world you can do this. So, you know, just avoid guards and you should be fine. It's quite easy. Meta post discussing turning off PvP collision made people standing on you invisible, so banks can be usable with high population in blue towns. I think the waits like logging out. I don't get it. I don't follow what you mean exactly. Our strongholds looks finished. They feel like they're too clean. They kind of look out of place. They're not finished. As I mentioned, this is still heavily work in progress. You can expect to see changes on many different things. And we're also working on the biome effect. So depending on where you place it, it also adapts to the environment. So it really fits. Even lock picking gonna be in the game, yes. Sometime after release, that is quite high on the list to finish Thievery. Why the hell is my capture card dying on me? I don't get it. I can toggle it, but it doesn't render. Why the hell is... Why isn't it updating? What the hell is going on? If I deactivate it, activate it. Why is it that buggy? This is crazy. No. Crap capture card. Why the hell is it not working? I broke it, guys. I broke it. I don't know what is going on, but I managed to break it. I can ride my Campfires. So when we're now done with the horses, we are most likely stepping into the wagons, and then we have the Lycator and Mulva beasts, and then we're gonna continue on enabling creature after creature that are natural mountable. There's high value and demand in wagons, and that also pushes us one step closer to having ships and boats, which we all want. So there are gods that you can't kill if you become criminal. So like I said, Rage Master, you're not supposed to kill them open plain sight. They're supposed to keep stability in the game world, so players can get into the game, enjoy the game, and becoming a player, right? It's not a deathmatch arena where you're supposed to kill everyone without any, you know, restrictions, and that's it. It's a deathmatch game, no. So for that to happen, we need to have some plateaus. Like I said just now, if you still want to kill people in the town and take the stuff, you can still do that, but you have to avoid the guards, and then you have 99.9% in the world where you can do it. So just consider it and adapt to that 0.1%, and you're fine. It's ridiculous, man. No, my capture card died. Can't start again. I don't know why. Sorry, guys. But I got to show you what I intended to show, at least before the card died. maybe it needs a reboot. The housing block creature spawns like in more than one. What about trees and other resources? Yes, if you start building houses over a herd, animal herd where they naturally spawn, then yes, you are pushing that one away. So I mentioned that before, that if you choose a location out in the world and you want to build nearby a valuable spawn, you need to, make sure there's some distance to it so you don't push it away. You need to consider that when you're building in the world. And like I said, we are also doing our part in that, making sure that life finds a way so people don't just accidentally or with consequence are trying to kill all the spawners in the world. So we're gonna make sure the spawners adapt a little bit to that as well. But yeah, naturally you're pushing away spawners if you go building at their natural homes. Yeah, we're working on more creatures and animals. The snowy talus mountain and such will get their natural habitats. So just wait for a few patches and you will see more and more of those missing creatures getting into the game. When the primaries are eventually going to be involved with pet gear crafting, I'm not sure. I mean, we have a huge list of primaries and more primaries over time when we reach more and more professions, right? So there will be a lot more over time. And you will have a few more options when we also enable the veteran system, which is not fully done yet. That'll be some time near after release. How much we'll be able to carry on wagons? Can put 2 horses or 2 mulas on them. How big of a wagon will we get? So the plans are to allow multiple mount wagons, huge ones that you can connect several horse types or have several mounts with, or yes, possibly the mulvas or even campadons, depending on, again, that is also progress. Every of these very specific sizes and creatures requires some custom work in terms of how you connect them with the wagon connection and all that. So we're gonna start with the natural, which is a horse. We start with a normal sized horse, and then we're gonna see we can expand on multiple ones, and there will be a few wagon sizes from an open cart where you sit to a closed cart where you can actually be on the inside. So and that will also most likely evolve over time with additional styles and options. This game is not out yet, no. 25th of January is the release date. We're currently in closed beta and working on delivering the last big feature components during the beta. Can horses and mounts trample players? Not currently, but that is also one thing that are natural, that we do want to add some commands, and some creatures more naturally could crush and affect players in your environments. So we do wanna step into that area again when we have time and focus to expand on that. It makes sense and there's room for it, but not yet. Yeah, we will on knockdown, and balance-wise, it's also a component we need, where you knock down someone from the horse and you have to jump back up on your legs. It's coming as well. Oh, very nice picture, very nice. Don't you agree? Can I add pairing arrows with shields? You can pair with shields. If the arrow hits the shield, it hits the shield. Yeah, this is from the garden, the Emperor Garden. Very beautiful place. Yeah, over time, more of the creatures will be rideable. Any creature that makes sense, that have the size and capacity to allow you to mount them, while also some of the creatures, like for instance, the direwolf may allow a small Vila Shira to mount it, while it may not allow a human or a Thursard, you know, the bigger races to mount it. Just a matter of a list that we need to crunch through to enable all of those with quite a bit of animation work for each and every one. Yeah, so we have an exciting patch coming. So as I said, if everything goes as planned, we are deploying that patch on Monday. And we have some quite cool stuff in the loop. We also have a little update on the world lightning that should make it a little bit back to the old gritty feel from the alpha. We know that a lot of people prefer that style a little bit over what we have now. So a little bit more high contrast, the feel to it, which I think will add some nice visuals to the game. So yeah, so that should be a nice improvement, because yeah, a lot of things going on now on the background here. We're getting ready to some big steps here, and like I mentioned before, we're also getting ready closer and closer to start kicking the marketing awareness of the game, so people know that, you know, Mortal 9 is getting there and is you know, releasing on 25th of January. It's a good date. We managed to get, you know, out of time from away from New World and those MMOs that are currently running on hype and excitement because of, you know, there's been a shortage of MMOs in the market for quite a time. So naturally there's a wave of, and also, you know, MMO gamers are growing again. So that's nice to see. So I think it's a good timing for us around in the 25th of January to hit the market with a truly unique MMORPG that offers something different. So yeah, Monday, if everything goes as planned, we will have the task system in place, which allows you to start with the first basic tasks to progress with rewards, which is quite cool. And the first step of guild wars functions between guilds, more fauna again, and we're getting the fully implemented Ether Spiritist system, which is real awesome as well. This time you're gonna see the entities how they were meant to be. So careful design from Mats, where you're gonna be able to hunt these entities for spirits. And obviously you're gonna have all the spells now with Spiritist as well. So finally that school will be fully done. What will happen over time as well is that the Ether world will also evolve over time with more specific entities that we have planned for in the Ether, which is very cool. So a very good, important patch and a lot of fixes. And I'm really excited for the AI tweaks and polish fixes we're getting as well. I got very surprised it was accelerating in a really good direction already. So we hope to have a good step forward in already this patch as well when it comes to the AI. So that is awesome to see. What can you look forward with Monday's update for Spiritism? So I mean, this is the time where you finally can become a Spiritist hunter, right? So we have worked a lot on the Spiritist model, the player model, and we have worked on the entities you're gonna hunt. So this is the first entities you're gonna hunt is the natural entities. They have a very specific style, and all again very carefully designed for mats. Everything have a reason and carefully thought out behind everything. But that is also only the beginning of what you can hunt over time. So you know the natural entities within some few different levels, and then you will see more after that. But it's gonna be very cool just to have all the spells and the other world fully working again. So you can hunt the spirits and become a spirit trader. So that's gonna be cool. With creatures like direwolves, Okogas have stats variation, speed, circ, etc. in the wild, since there will be mounts. Yeah, they all have different stats, and we're looking to possibly displaying those stats as well, so you can more carefully see what's going on. You know, which one do you want to use for your specific purposes. But yeah, naturally, horses is like a baseline for good and fast transportation of all races, depending on, you know, your gear. And then there'll be different options, pros and cons, depending on the other mount types. I think the other momentum's duration, I think I put that on a list. Actually, I have to check if that was the case. Good call, but it's on the list at least. I'm not sure if it's done or not. But yeah, obviously the speed should be worth it, so it not just is, you know, the same in them. So we'll look into it. A lot of games with magic and effects. Yeah, and you know, those that likes to play a mage, this will just become stronger and stronger over the years when we enable all those magic tools over time. It's gonna be really cool. They're very unique and different from each other's. And you know, anyone that are into playing as a mage gonna have a dream world when it comes to picking the different schools or mix the schools. So yeah, that's something I'm also very much looking forward to. The weather system update, no ADA yet. We have a new system that we're gonna enable, but not until we have time to make sure that all those parts works. We will be enabling it. We have a new guy in the team that is fully focused on VFX, which we're gonna give this system to quite soon, because he's been working on the other effects, some of the effects here. And the weather is the next step that we wanna put him into. So hopefully we will get that happen during the beta as well. That would be awesome, because yeah, what I've seen in terms of that system, it just looks awesome. It's like new level of weather effects, and I can't wait to have that in the game. It will add so much immersive and mood feeling to the game. A bit late. Did you already say the creatures coming out next patch? I have not said what creatures we are adding. We'll see that on Monday. Some of our upcoming creatures, I think I've shown some of those work in progress. So yeah, some of those nice looking creatures that has their place in the world, and it also adds, you know, resource types, obviously. Necessary creatures, and we made them very nice and cool looking, especially upgrading them from the first game. And like I also said, we are keeping a batch of creatures that are nothing we want to reveal during the beta. We're just going to enable them on release, and some of those are kick-ass, real awesome. I do want to show them, but obviously I don't want to spoil them at the same time, but can't wait till I see you discover them and share them on the forums and hear what you think about them. No, Likers is not yet. We are most likely looking to finish the wagons possibly before Lycators and Mulvas, because yeah, there could be a little bit more value in having the wagons. But yeah, not 100% yet. Yeah, there's more than one type being added, at least that I know of, in the Monday patch. I look tired. I'm sunking down. I feel that actually, and yeah, it's actually getting later and later. I need to figure out why my capture card is dying, because I wanted to show a little bit more in the housing, but I managed to at least show the most important, what I intended to show with the house and stronghold, and a little bit about how you can decorate your house and build your rooms. So if you got late into the stream, you should watch my replay so you can see the housing and stronghold updates we've done so far. I think it's progressing very nicely, and it's becoming a very cool upgraded system, and you know, much improved from again the first game. No new sneak peek. So you know the armor coming, right? We are finally done with the materials on that. The mage armor looking real awesome. So that is coming in one of our upcoming patches, obviously. And then we have the one, you know, the symbolic epic armor that we are also adding for release. So at least those. And we're working on more hair, beard customization from the start, so we're giving a little bit more options when you create your character. And the other big thing, obviously, closer to release, you're gonna be able to customize your face as well, so you can look truly unique compared to everyone else. And then, you know, a batch of additional tattoos, hairstyles, eventually scars that you gain in the game after that. No more medium armors. There will be a batch of more armors, but I'm not sure if we have more during the beta. We have a good mix right now from light, medium, heavy, but there will be more for sure over time. I mean, we have every clade race will have a specific armor inspired design, so over time you will see a lot more. And yeah, like I said, many will be clade inspired. We'll be able to crouch and move soon. We're working on that as well. It's on our list. We are looking to allow crouch, and yes, we have on the list as well, but that you can sit on the chairs and such. That's also on the list. But again, it's not a requirement until we have finalized the requirement for release. Are looking for more game masters. I'm not sure exactly how we're looking there right now. We are obviously looking to expand and make sure that we are on top of things for release, that we can cover all the support we need. And you know, people are free to apply and send us a mail, and our guys will look into it to see if that's something we need. You do need to consider, though, that we are not allowing players to be game masters. So if you plan to play this game, you cannot be a game master. And it plans to make night darker now. Will be amazing to have night be its own beast that requires players to use some sort of last word. So we decided that since we have two big bright moons, right, those emit a lot of light, and as soon as it becomes a struggle for the players to see because it's an annoyance because of darkness and there's a little light, that means people would change their gamma, so it becomes unnatural bright and they can see perfectly fine without struggle. And that means when they record that video, it looks like shit. You know, they break the game, also known as gamma hacking. And out in the world, since we have that much bright moonlight. It doesn't make sense that we want to make it that dark, because you know it wouldn't become that dark because of the two big bright moons, and also because we want to avoid gamma hacking. We want to make sure it looks nice. So we decided that out in the world it makes sense that it's natural bright due to the moonlight. Still should feel and be an immersive, nice mood, and feel that okay, it's night, it's believable with the two big moons, but bright enough also that I don't have to care about gamma hacking. So it looks beautiful. Everyone plays the same way. But then there are also locations down in dungeons and underground where there's no light sources, and that's where we have a system that eliminates gamma hacking beautifully. And that means that when you reach this area where it's pitch black or very dark, then it doesn't matter if you're gamma hacking, because there's no data for you to change the gamma on. So that's where, you know, everyone play on the same terms. So that is the line we're going for now, that you shouldn't ever have to touch your gamma because of annoyance. So either you play in those lit areas where it's immersive, nice, and feels good, and you don't have to touch the gamma, and then, or eventually you reach those areas where it's meant to be dark, and for go to that area you need a light source. So either a torch, magical night vision, or alchemy night vision, or place a campfire, or additional ways of, you know, a lantern in a waste that we're also looking to add in the future. Some of those different options should be the way to go when you're into those very dark underground areas. So that will come. And obviously we also have the night gifts visions from some of the clades that also further adds to this. Can't you solve the gamma hacking by creating perhaps a physical limitation like a fog of war? We already have a system for it that fixes it. Like I said, we have a system where it doesn't matter if you gamma hack, but we only use it where we want it to be like that, right? But like I said, we decided that the world that have two bright big moons, it wouldn't make sense if it's pitch black. Just look at Earth. If you go out in the forest and there's a big bright moon out, even though it's small on Earth, it emits a lot of light on the environment. And imagine two of them and 10 times larger. That is a lot of light being emitted, bounced from sun. So we decided to just make it look beautiful, immersive, and nice. And pitch black are really, nights are really pitch black. There's a little timing where when it starts transition over, when it's very dark, but only in a few minutes, and then become more gamma hacking bannable. No, like I said, we are eliminating gamma hacking, so there's no use for it. Out in the world, no use to gamma hacking because it's bright enough for everyone. If you have a very dark monitor or a crappy monitor that don't handle it or not well calibrated, then sure, pull up the brightness a little bit so you see, because we're designing the game to look nice during night outside. But like I said, we're also designing the game to be pitch black in various locations underground, and you can't gamma hack there because we have a system in place that makes the pixels pitch black no matter what gamma you're touching. So we have the system in place for it, and it's ready, and you will soon venture into those pitch darkness areas, and you will see this for yourself. What we're also looking into right now is, you know, the Minotaur dungeon, for instance. It's a little bit too dark, which means some people are cranking up the brightness, and again, making it look a little bit ugly. We're changing that so it looks, again, nice and proper, because the post-process volume is too dark there, where it's, you know, there's quite a bit of light sources, but they get drowned out due to the too strong darkness filter. So we're changing that as well. Yeah, some of the schools will allow you to target things in the environment, and I don't know if we necessarily have to add that to ecumenical. Ecumenical are using the rules we intend it to be, but we will see when we have reached those schools, and if it makes sense to use some of those mechanics, maybe. I'm not sure yet, but right now, no. And use some pets like ours being able to swim with you. I'm not sure exactly when. We plan to go back and give a little bit more love to swimming. Obviously, the more content we're gonna add to water, underwater content and such, naturally we're gonna make sure that we improve the whole experience when it comes to swimming in water, getting in and out of water, fighting in water, and yeah, using pets over water. So we will see. You can use reshade program. How do you do with this? So obviously some programs will permanently ban you, but if you just change your pixel, we know that if we kill the data behind the pixel, it doesn't matter. It won't help you. And that is our weapon against gamma hacking. But like I said, if the game is where we design it to be, you know, bright, there's no use to gamma hacking because we're making it bright. But you're changing the gamma or brightness because your monitor is too dark. That is a common case, because we can't just make it so bright that it looks washed out, because like 10% of the monitor owners in the world have a, you know, poor monitor that doesn't display darkness or brightness in a very calibrated way. So it's up to us obviously to use calibrated monitor to make sure that, okay, this is how it's designed and will be, but that may look very different depending on what monitoring players are using. So as long as we make it that as soon as you can change your gamma, then that's fine, because this area then is meant to be bright. And you know, and as soon as you say this is too dark, I'm gonna try gamma hacking, you can't, because we have eliminated the data behind the pixels. So that's how we solve the issue. We don't have to care about it then, other than obviously if you're using software that are, you know, bannable. But as soon as you crank up your monitor settings, it's not going to help you because our system simply doesn't allow it. We have no data on the black pixels. And when it does help, it's already bright enough for everyone else, so it's only you see? Black opal not enough. There were quite a few that cried out loud when they heard they need black opals in Earthquake, and now it's not enough. I mean, it's obviously also those that progress that over time, you know, when you become more rich, more resources, more valuables, that changes quite a bit. But what we intend to set out here, which I also mentioned before, is that there's a cost for the common adventure, right? Fighter with gear, you know, armor, weapons, horses, etc. And there's an average cost that we can quite easily see for players to be effective. And then we have the naked mages that bring 3 regions to go to the bank, to grief everyone, to kill everyone, or go out naked and throw a few spells and then repeat. Obviously we want to take the opportunity to balance that as well. So if you want to wreak big spell damages, we are looking into how we can add a cost to that as well. It was long overdue in the first game. We never got to that. We intended to do that, so we want to try to cover one round of that as well. That casting high spells, you know, requires you to invest more value in that. Similar to a fighter that wanna be effective on the field may wanna bring a better weapon and armor, right? So that is why you've seen the first step of us adding components and costs to casting spells, specifically powerful spells. Yeah, we're looking into adding additional costs. So, like you've seen, there's a gift that the Alvarins have that split the cost. Obviously, we intended to increase the regent costs. So that can also be of use, because if it only costs 1 regent, then it's like a 50-50 doesn't consume a regent. It's a little bit strange as well for that Alvarin gift. That wasn't really the intention. So we intend to increase the regent cost a little bit and look over the overall cost to cast high damage spells that shouldn't just be free and that you just throw them around. And I take these 3 regent that doesn't cost me anything to grief everyone in the bag. You saw that happen in the stress test. It was quite hilarious and funny, but obviously quite devastating if you want to be serious in the long run for a healthy population. You know, it doesn't make sense. It should be more similar to like if you want to fight someone in a city, gear up to fight someone, it comes with a cost and a loss if, you know, the guards gets you. When we'll be able to mail a bag with content inside it? Good question. It's a question for Sebastian. I'm not sure actually. After mage and no one will play them. Mages is super important to the game already, and there's a huge player group loving to play them, and there will always be. And there's always a demand for mages in groups, and if you want to be a successful group in both PvE, PvP, PvE, you need mages. And just like anything else that we balance, obviously we need to balance mages as well. Why is the Red Priest 200 miles from town? They don't like the Reds. The Tindremic nation keeps them away. Full-time mage here. Yes, it's not perfect yet, but I hold my own and my group loves me. Yeah, there's no doubt that to be the slightest successful in anything in a group, you always need a mage. And yeah, we only have ecumenical and spiritists, like I said, two very important components, very powerful in their different ways, and adds a lot of things to the game. But there will be more schools for sure. And right now we're going through the balance with the current magic and spells we have, because we knew that there was an issue in the first game in terms of cost of regents and balance. So obviously we need to take the opportunity now to get that balance on a much better level before we go live, so people are aware of and know that baseline rather than cutting that or changing that severely in release. I play a mage 100% of the time simply because I enjoy it, even if it does need more development. Yeah, I mean, it's also obviously a very personal opinion style. You know, some people love playing speed, you know, fat mage, dex mage, archer, different types of melee fighters, and that's the beauty of it and purpose of it all. We want to offer all these different play styles, and there will be those that love or hate the different styles naturally. And when that happens, that also means we have achieved what we set up to do, that there will be all these very different play styles that people will enjoy or not enjoy, or hate or love. It's all part of it. Yeah, the saturation and the yellowish touch will change in the Monday patch quite a bit. You're gonna see a higher contrast and less of the yellowish tone that you have right now. So I think we all will agree it's a very good step forward to make it look more naturally interesting and exciting and gritty and mortal. Every style is better at doing its own thing for its own reason. Yeah, and that also part of it. Like we do want, it's a beauty when you feel you're unique in this group, right? You have your role and you specialize at this and you like this and you feel special, right? And unique and needed. And the more of these options we can add to the players, the more exciting it feels. Like you can build a perfect group that is specifically set up to be effective at specific things. And that's one of the beauties that we, you know, over time we're going to add even more of these groups options, you know, assassin skills, etc., crossbow weapon groups, wagons. What the hell are you guys gonna do with the wagons, right? There's so many different cool things that's gonna add different layers on top of the PvE and PvP. And again, it's up to you players if you're into that or not, or how you want to combine your different groups and tactics. Deal wielding will come sometime after release, Svar TV. We put it on hold because how it was in the first game, we weren't happy with that. So we need to rebuild it. And we won't have time to rebuild it until sometime after release. No, you won't be able to spend in the same clade gift again. But what we are most likely looking to do down the road is adding another depth of options on the clade tree, where we also add more specified race gifts under the clades. We have some of them designed, but not all of them. So, you know, for now we are sticking with the clade group only, but there's a big chance that sometime further ahead we're gonna add a layer of race specified clade gifts as well. We'll be able to pet or interact with different tameable animals for roleplay purposes. Yeah, we do want to expand on that with different emotes, like when you're feeding it, you can pet it. Maybe when you pet it, its loyalty may also go up a little bit. Small things, but nice things that ties to the whole RP immersive level, but also could have some additional bonuses. So that's something we're planning to expand on. Buy orders be implemented. I'm not sure exactly when. Like I said before, the major part of it is implemented, but one of the guys need to go through his part as well for it to be fully functional. Hopefully sometime during the beta. How many racing clays do you think we get? I'm not sure how many yet. We haven't finalized them all, but obviously we want to have an even group for all of them, so it's look nice and are balanced, and that they also again ties to the different races. But it's a little bit too early. We put it on hold because we knew that we were happy and good with the clay tree as it is. So that will be later when we may be able to pick that up again. Fist weapons can be post-release, yes, and they will be craftable this time around. I'll raise a clade work if I'm 50-50 Villa Shiva with dominant Villa, for example. We'll see. We haven't fully figured that out, how, depending on that. But obviously, the race you choose from will unlock additional clade gifts, or race gifts in this case. And that could actually make it interesting, because if you then do a wide mix between humans, for instance, you actually access more of the gifts there. And obviously the Shiva and Vila only have 2 races to tap into. So it's an interesting system, and I think we can add that step and depth later on, because I know also Matt's had some desired gifts that made sense per race, but since we couldn't, finalize that whole thing yet, we're sticking with the clade. But we will most likely revisit it and see how we can tap into the races to add additional clades on top of your current clade tree. What are the veteran points? So we have a veteran system that allows you to gain specific points for specific actions that you can do over time. As you know, it kind of ties a little bit that when you're becoming a veteran in game, you will also gain these points, and these points can also be further invested in either the action or profession trees, or a mix of those. And there's specific rules behind these points depending on how you distribute them. So another way for your character to be even deeper and more refined over time. And we plan to enable that system sometime also after release. Probably need that before release, because it will make people want to reroll characters. What part do you mean, Reloof? The veteran system or race clades? The race clades. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we don't intend or plan, and it's not so required for us to have now. It's just that we see that there is room for it, and some of it makes sense. There is some of it that we still need to figure out. So there's no rush or requirement for it. So, you know, whenever we have time to look back at that to say, okay, now we can make it work. This is how we want to do it. Then obviously we need to see as well, okay, does that mean that a lot of people may want to reroll? You know, obviously we need to consider that as well. But as of now, we're not really focusing on taking that step. There's quite a lot before, you know, that we all need and want before we can reach into that more luxury refinement again. Yeah, I mean, we are very careful when it comes to... So now we set in the core for your character, and we are very careful that we're not gonna add or change that core, you know, down the road that everyone feels, all right, I'm fucked, you know, I had to reroll, my character build went to crap or anything like that. Obviously, we know what kind of impact on frustration that would give. So we are fully respecting that, to making sure that you, no matter what, you should always, you know, feel happy with your choices. And if we add options on top of this, that should be optional in a suitable way without pissing players off or annoy them, right? So obviously that is very important as well when it comes to when we add additional options. Can I make it so standard falls down to 5 if it's above 5, and minus 10 is if it's below that when you're reroll. So Marine during beta can't reroll to grief continuously. Yeah, I mean, it's very important now that, you know, we're taking steps to changing the standings spectrum and how you gain the standings, etc. And that would change a lot of these things, right? And if we need to consider too much what's going on right now in the beta and, you know, do changes that doesn't gonna be used anymore, that means we're wasting hours of development that doesn't add to the final product. So in some cases, I mean, similar thing with, you know, we know that there are some issues with, you know, losing stuff or whatever in the game world where GMs don't have the tools yet to solve some of those things, issues. We seem to have to bear with mind that that is part of the beta currently, and for us to be very effective and keep our deadlines and goals for persistent and have those things fixed in the right system and have the tools to recovering it if it happens, we simply need to dedicate that time on the development. So we are fully aware of it's not perfect. All the areas are not perfect now during the beta. There are some issues, bugs, and some unbalanced issues that can cause some frustration. We're fully aware of that. But bear with us, for the upcoming patches will change some of these systems and eventually fix some of those issues and bugs. And also we're getting the tools to be able to handle upcoming issues that could happen after release as well. The important point is obviously to have the correct state, balance, and stability for release, and proper tools to maintain and handle any upcoming issues that may occur. So that is the grand plan, and we hope that you bear with us while we are in the beta, so we don't have to sacrifice development time in temporary fixes and such. And with that said, I'm hitting the 4-hour mark and I'm feeling a little woozy, a little tired here today. But I managed to luckily show you what I intended to do with the housing and stronghold, the progression there and what we are doing right now, which is really cool. So if you missed that in the stream, came in late, you can watch the review and check out the beginning when I go through the housing updates. So yeah, it's been an awesome stream as always, and it's exciting. It's clear that people are a lot excited about the housing. A lot of people are tuning in when we're doing an housing update. So that is awesome, even though we didn't do a pre-schedule that we have housing next, because we weren't sure. It was a little bit last minute, but I managed to get this at least going. So yeah, it's been awesome as always, and thank you all for your awesome support as usual, and all the donation and your questions. And yeah, we will see if we may have room for another housing update, since it seems to be very popular. I may want to try to prepare a little bit more ahead of time, make the announcement so everyone can participate, and see what kind of more progression we can show at that time. But yeah, it's very exciting to see it progressing in a very nice direction. So I'm gonna do a little raid, so you can see some in-game action as well. And yeah, thank you so much, guys, and I hope to see you in my next stream. And have a good night.